A very good morning to everybody joining us on dartshop.tv, on the MODUS Sports YouTube channel, or via your favoured betting shop website. This is the Icons of Darts Live League,
That's
and
the
it is
bullseye.
Tuesday. And for your darting entertainment, we are starting today with two men in red.
That's red five. All best,
All the best, Mark.
Dave Evans and Mark Webster, who don't live that far away from each other. A matter of maybe 45 minutes away from each other. Possibly
99.
an hour. But of course, in different countries.
1, 3, 4.
The Englishman up against the Welshman, and they are having a reverse fixture to what we saw last Tuesday.
80.
Only 2 days of action last week, of course, because of the PDC Summer Series. And this bunch of players played last Tuesday. And Mark and Dave both got 6 points a week ago, so they'll be looking to maybe get 2 or 4 better than that today.
96.
When they did play, it was Mark Webster who got the win.
139.
He started very well here, first to a finish. Looking to break the throw of Dave Evans early.
121.
60 for Bull. Bullseye for the first leg.
80.
2 shots at the bull so far today, and neither finding its target. Dave does not get a shot at double 14.
54.
And Mark will, I was just about to say, in every likelihood, leave tops.
Game 3.
But lately, he has been finding his mark with double 16 a little bit more. A very good sign for Mark Webster fans, and Mark himself, of course. That he's not just relying on tops and 10s and 12s. Very much a Robert Thornton, James Wade, John Henderson style thing to do.
93.
I think through a challenging phase of his playing career, he has started to maybe diversify a little bit and find some comfort with double 16 and double 8 a bit more. And comfort is exactly what he has at the start of this one, as he imposes his will on
59.
his throw with destructive effect. That's 110, leaves 71.
161.
Well, look at that. 20 after 9. Every possibility he might have got motivated by that huge average we saw from Scott Marsh yesterday and a 10 darter in the second leg of the day. Webby is setting his stall out. He's going to be commentating at the World Match Play next week. With darts like that, he should be playing.
140.
I've seen many times in the past where someone comes out of the blocks like Mark has just done.
45.
He tells his opponent how he has to play for the rest of the day. It's called setting the tone.
93.
There is a possibility, of course, that Mark was just very comfortable playing against Dave.
57.
Hence that 5-1 victory a week ago. Well, 1 week ago it was Richie Edhouse who won the league with 8 points and a leg difference of plus 10.
43.
If Richie had done that yesterday, he would have won the league by 1 leg over Jared Cole. But Jared Cole gets his daily title yesterday, which was very well deserved after a lot of hard work. Those guys will return tomorrow 92. For another crack at it. And These boys will play today and on Thursday, and that is all the action you will get this week for the Icons of Darts Live League, as the World Match Play begins on Saturday. 76 left for Dave, and fails to lead double 8.
58 left 8.
But we'll have plenty of time to get rid of this leg.
96.
After the 10 darter from Mark, he has struggled to find his scoring in the third. Tops for Dave.
38.
He fails to find tops or tens.
$60.
But if you are going to have a leg off, Mark knows this, do it on your
Game
opponent's
one.
throw. And that throw goes to Dave Evans. Find his first leg of the day. Experience shining through here as he maxes on his own throw. It's one of the great darting mysteries, how you can have
96.
such a poor leg on someone's throw, and then when it's your turn to start, you seem to find it again.
96.
It does make you wonder why you can't do it on their throw and do it on your own.
96.
Maybe it's just because you're dictating the pace at the start of the leg, and he's doing it again.
140.
$85 away from an 11 darter
99.
to put on top of his 10 that he's already had. Double 18. Not far
67.
away. In previous times, I guarantee you Mark would have gone a different way for that. But I really do think he's changed his board tactics in the last few months.
140.
Double 9. Getting closer.
83.
Finds it. Very solid. A 15 darter from Mark forced Dave to try and get it in 12. He wasn't close enough on that occasion, and Webster is looking very good for the first 2 points of the day, but
42.
there are no guarantees in this game. Dave will stay on the board for game number 2 and will face Richie Edhouse,
59.
last Tuesday's league winner. We will be joined a little bit later by Andy Jenkins and young John
99.
Brown, son of Steve Brown, tour card holder and JDC chairman and all-round madman.
85.
And Stephen Burton will be the last to join us at around 12:35 British time.
100.
Well, the rhythm of Evans today is not looking fluid. It seems to be a little bit of pausing going on. Maybe just taking a bit of time to
59.
get back in the swing of things after 6 or 7 days off competitive action. I think Dave is the kind of player that when he plays consecutive days a lot, he tends to find that rhythm a lot quicker
60.
earlier in the day. And again, on Dave Evans' throw, Mark has
83.
taken his foot off the gas a little bit. No scores of a ton or more, but he is still in with a shout here.
97.
Great switch. Needed something just to keep that gap.
93.
Double switch for Webster is good. Gets him within range of a 1 treble conversion. And Evans is not going to take the 103.
47.
So here is an unlikely chance for Webster, who will look at the 18s. Needs 3 more.
61.
No shot at double or the bullseye. The pressure is firmly on the man throwing here, Dave Evans. Double 10.
David, 46.
The pressure told. 55 to remain. Double 18.
Getting 3.
Great shot. And he can get exactly the same result, Mark Webster, as last Tuesday if he holds here. But I am going to get an education today. I haven't commentated on a great deal of Mark's darts in the last 4 to 6 weeks. But I've already noticed that he is
134.
going some very different ways to what he used to do.
Okay.
We just seem to have lost Mark for a second, so we're just going to check that. Yep, everything's okay. Like I was saying,
100.
Mark was the kind of player to leave tops, 10s, and 12s. So on a shot like 66, I would have expected Mark to go treble 14 for double 12.
99.
And in the previous leg, I was expecting him to go 15 for tops with 55 and 2 darts. But he went 19 double 18. So it just goes to show that Mark Webster is very adaptable and flexible to the opportunities on a dartboard. And when things have not been going his way, he's changed his game plan
58.
to see if some fresh targets allow him to sharpen up. And I think it's genius.
140.
Average of just over 90 for me doesn't reflect how well Mark Webster has played here.
75.
It could have been so much better. And that is bad news for the field today, as Mark has double 10 to wrap it up.
117.
That would have been a second consecutive hold in 15 darts. But now he has to wait to see if Dave can take the 135. There have been too many darts at the 20, or the treble 20 in this match, which have gone too low. Webster for the win. Very fine margin. Has been missed just on the outside wire of 10s. Evans has got that tricky double 9 switch now.
Game in 3.
But finds it. And Webster has to go all the way back to 501 now to try and wrap this up. He knows the game should be done, and he has to stay strong. First breaker throw here for Dave Evans.
100.
He's going to need a couple more.
100.
It's difficult sometimes when you've done all the legwork. You find yourself
100.
on a favourable double, and you miss 4 darts for it. You think when you're on that 137, well, that's that done.
93.
If you miss it, you think it's okay, I'll get it done next time. And they weren't bad darts. They were kissing the wire, those 3. But the beauty of this game is that you can be so close to winning and, again, be so far away.
60.
I like in this game to golf a lot, as you guys are aware. And you could be 3 feet away from winning a major golf tournament, but if you miss that putt, you could be 600 yards away
65.
going to another hole. It's the same with darts. You can be 2 points away, but then be 499 more points away
60.
if you miss. Evans is inching closer to Webster. Went for the 618 route.
96.
Which in that spot, I'm not 100%, because if you get the straight Tony Lee tops, he has left a 2 darter for 44, admittedly, but
58.
one treble on the 20s route would have left 3 darts for double. This way, he only gets 2.
28.
And maybe that was the telling factor. Webster gets a bonus chance to finish the match here, but has to find the 60 with dart 2. Tricky shot.
90.
He does lead tops, but maybe too late.
Game in 1.
It was too late. And Dave did need 3 darts to convert that leg. Just a bit of an insight into what I personally think you should do from 140 in that spot. But these guys
57.
are the best of the bunch for me. Very highly decorated players, and we will be joined by more decorated players after this one. Richie Edhouse will join us in game 2, who has won a stack of daily titles. Very used to winning.
177.
Tremendous darts there from Mark Webster. Starting on the 20s on 303, you can make your own mind up as to whether that was the right call, but boy, did he execute that visit.
100.
And he now has 6 darts from 126 to get this job done. 66 left. Well, that's 21 left.
106.
And he's left double 10, the double that he missed previously. He will revisit the 4 o'clock position to try and get revenge.
180.
He's under pressure. But there you have it. What pressure? Eats it for breakfast, and he finds his first 2 points of the day. Evans will have to rebound in his next game against last week's winner, Richie Edhouse. But Webster takes a breather, and he'll return in game 3 against Edhouse. But a great start for the Welshman. Stay with us as Edhouse and Evans join us next. Welcome back to game number 2 of today's Icons League. And Richie Edhouse joins us for the first time. A little bit of a different look for Richie today.
All the best, mate.
All the best, buddy.
Looking a bit like Chopper Reed today.
25.
This could be a very good game.
25.
Admittedly, it wasn't the ideal start to the day for Dave Evans, but he is someone who,
Bullseye.
when he puts in a few more repetitions throughout the course of the day,
25.
he will improve.
Bullseye.
Okay.
If he improves and takes Richie Edhouse out here, then he could be in for a very tight-knit day.
60.
It was that way yesterday, with Jared Cole pipping Scott Marsh to the top spot. But can't forget that Dave
45.
Pauletti got 8 points as well. So 3 people on 8 points yesterday, 3 people on 6
134.
points this time last week, as Andy Jenkins, Mark Webster and Dave Evans all were on 6, but Richie was on a tidy number 8. Seem to have lost Richie Edhouse, so we're going to try and get him back. Just bear with us. apologies for that break in proceedings, as we had an issue at Richie's end where we had to do some rebooting.
95.
We seem to have rectified what the problem was, and we're back into this match, which is still in its infancy in the first leg.
100.
And both players not too far away from each other in this one.
180.
A little pause. It's definitely helped Dave Evans get his concentration, that's for sure. As he hits his first maximum of this match to set up a 13 darter, which would be a hold of throw.
Game in 1.
That's a great leg from Dave Evans. And more of that against Richie Edhouse could be the key to him getting back on the winning horse. For Dave Evans to be fourth in last Tuesday's group, it makes you think,
81.
considering how many times he has won a daily title. It's a question of maybe the strength of the group, which I think is incredibly strong, as Richie gets himself on the 180 horse. But also, is Dave Evans in the same sort of form that he was in maybe 2 months ago? I think a lot of people tend to forget that we are in phase 4. We have been playing this kind of darts for 3.5 months, and a lot can happen in 3.5 months when it comes to this game. Peaks and troughs of form, confidence,
58.
injuries to certain players. Now Richie doesn't have to go 20 ball here. Double 8.
71.
Not to be, but he will return to get a 13 darter of his own to equal that of Dave in the first leg.
133.
Halves the score with a 133.
In 2.
But was in vain, as Richie responds in much better fashion and lifts his average over 90 after being languished in the 70s in leg 1. I've been in the privileged position to not only
57.
play against these chaps, but to commentate on them as well. So I get a great insight into their playing mentality.
140.
And I get to see them as a viewer and critique as well. And when I've watched Dave Evans hit the heights of 113 averages in the Icons of Darts Live League, I just get the feeling his action was a little bit faster then. Maybe
60.
after the few days break that we've had in between these groups, maybe he's just trying to implant that rigid action again, and as he gets more used to
97.
it once more, he will speed up. I'm sure that will be the case. Edhouse, though, that throw hasn't changed in all the years I've known him.
140.
It's exactly the same. And Richie's starting to warm up.
100.
A lot of darts under the treble 20 today for Dave Evans, and I just get the feeling that's something he needs to work on very fast.
99.
Because his opponents are not relenting at all. Another one underneath the treble wire. But he has been very good on the treble 19. Now,
81.
that's usually a sign that the dart is coming out a bit late. Double 16 for Richie for the lead.
In 3.
Very, very good. A breaker through for Richie, and he's now favoured for this one. If you see a lot of people playing darts and they're constantly going under that treble 20 with their first, possibly second dart, if they switch to the 19s, you don't have to throw it as hard at the lower bed. That's why the switch can be a good ally if you can analyze your form within the game. But the grouping and where the darts were in that previous visit for Dave were
83.
a lot more encouraging. There's that low one again.
58.
It's very easy to overcorrect when you're in a game if you recognize what's going on.
97.
And that can lead to problems. The problem that Dave has now is that Richie is being very consistent on his scoring. He's
96.
constantly getting an average of around 100 for his first 9. Well, he was thinking 180 there.
80.
It would have left 88. He's still in charge. But he knows he should have been further south than 116.
180.
Oh, great timing on that maximum. Now, does Richie get tops?
In 3.
Oh, that's very tasty. Tell you what, he didn't flinch when he threw that single 16, which almost hit the double. Stayed within his rhythm, and he has kicked forward to defy a 100 average so far for Evans.
57.
Good finishing from Richie Edhouse.
60.
Roughly 300 miles between these two. Live in the northwest, in Greater Manchester.
140.
Richie currently residing in East Sussex. The fine town of Hastings, very
97.
famous for something that happened roughly 1,000 years ago.
80.
I've always found it funny that there is a place near Hastings called Battle. And of course, it's very close to
99.
Hastings. So, in my opinion, there should be a village in the middle of the two called Of.
$43.
I slipped there as Richie Edhouse. Not leaving a finish from that position is a mistake. Tops.
74.
And he does not get the 114 to try and mirror what Edhouse did on the 116. He's going to lay up.
124.
He's going to get the 4 there instead of the 18. Look for the 18 to lead tops.
Dave.
This is a big dart, double 5.
35.
It has not been his day on the doubles. He's absolutely right. And Richie should have 3 darted double here, but he missed the single and only gets 2.
Oh, 14.
He needed the 3rd one. Can't afford to miss, in Rod Harrington's words, those big numbers.
One.
Not going his way today.
In 1.
And Edhouse is not full of sympathy. He returns to the board. And in very quick style, he is now 4-1 up. A defeat here for Evans would most certainly take him out of today's running. It is still possible,
96.
of course, to win the league with 6 points, but the results would have to be very unusual.
140.
And all of the wins would have to be spread around like wildfire.
$180.
Great compacted 180 there. Probably the best visit he's had today so far. and it was vital to stay in this match.
55.
Now we're starting to find that 60 with regularity.
105.
I like the switch to the bull there. Takes the bullseye out of the equation for the finish.
55.
And he has the advantage. There's half of the requisite number. There's another portion.
100.
And another missed shot at double gives Richie 151 for the match.
58.
Well, this would be a break of throw for Dave. But doubles,
No score.
doubles, doubles, doubles. I think that's a 1.
48.
What was it, 20? Yeah, I see. It's probably a good thing that Dave has busted score. He can go back to the original double. And he finds his way to that break of throw. Richie will be cursing the fact that he wasn't able to serve that out for 5-1. That would have been the ideal start to the day. Not just to get the 2 points, but a really good start to his leg difference.
96.
And we saw yesterday, a league can be won by the difference of one leg. You just never know how important that could be.
60.
And the better scorer all of a sudden
180.
is the man in red. He is charging. This game is not a gimme all of a sudden.
42.
You thought with the way things were going, Ed House to serve it out, you'd nod your head and think, okay, it seems pretty feasible.
65.
That's a very different match now.
100.
Well, I feel he should have gone 19s on that last dart to square the score up. We'll get a little bit further down with the 57. You don't want to be sitting on 299, especially when Dave's on tops for 160.
140.
Doesn't get the 12 darter, but this is a great position to keep the charge
59.
going.
Game in 1.
Gets the 10s, and that's really encouraging for Dave. Only one missed dart at a double in that leg, but a 13 darter swells his average to the mid 90s,
100.
and he will fancy this now.
$140.
This is hold your breath stuff early on a Tuesday.
96.
And Richie is hoping right now to get a chance to win the match.
91.
Great double switch. Don't forget, Richie Eddhouse has not had a match dart.
58.
It's entirely up to you as the player to put yourself in position for the match. Your opponent is not going to do that for you.
60.
Well, he had to stay on the treble 20 there because only the treble would have left to finish.
60.
But only 60 from Richie, and Dave has possibly got the throw here. He definitely has now. Oh, look at this.
140.
Interesting that he went for the maximum to leave double 15.
60.
70 to take us all the way. Right in the heart of the 54, and all of a sudden he can't miss. What a great game this has been. Now he is serving for the match. A Great response.
180.
Something's kicked in. Absolutely phenomenal from Dave Evans
60.
to lift his average and his performance from where he was 4-1 down to starting this last leg with a maximum. This has been
58.
sensational. Job is not done yet though. The problem for Richie is
58.
he's having genuine trouble finding the inner ring. And Dave is having no such trouble.
180.
Another maximum. Head spinningly good from Dave Evans.
135.
And if he finishes this off in this visit, the average will go towards the 100. $56 left.
47.
Decides to lead double 18. Nethouse is going to feel green after this
Game in 1.
because he has lost it from 4-1 up. But he didn't get a match dart. And how do you beat people? You don't give them a match dart, and that's exactly what Dave Evans did. What a recovery. He is on 2 points now, as is Mark Webster, and Richie has got to stay on the board to play Mark Webster now and try to recover from that. That'll come up very, very soon. Well, a few minutes ago, we were thinking it was going to be a battle of the winners here. But then Richie Edhouse decided to lose 4 legs in a row against Dave Evans. Well, he didn't decide it, it just happened. But fair play to Dave Evans for winning those last 4 legs and getting the 2 points. But now Richie Edhouse has to respond and try and get himself a couple of points against a Mark Webster that was very impressive against Dave Evans in the first game of the day.
It's also outside.
What I'll be doing in this game is
25.
monitoring some of the routes that Mark Webster uses to get to the winning line in legs. He's almost re-educated me as to what doubles he likes and what he dislikes.
25.
Bit of a joust going on here for the right to start the game.
25.
25.
You get to this stage and you really don't want to lose the bullseye. It becomes a match within a match.
Wow. Outside.
You don't want to be the person that misses. Richie Edhouse has offered a chance. Oh, another chance for Mark.
25.
Gets the 25 and he does get the start.
Still best man.
Based on some of the darts that Mark has thrown already today, if he can find a consistent level with
96.
little flourishes of that brilliance that he showed in the game against Dave, then he could take some stopping today.
60.
That 10 darter in the second leg of the day was a huge highlight.
140.
And I have to say, because I have watched Mark a lot in the last 10 to 12 years, and I still can't believe it's 12 years since he won the world title at Lakeside. Just doesn't seem that long ago. But based on how he was playing maybe around the time when he got his first daily title, maybe 6-7 weeks ago, to how he is throwing now, the technique is immeasurably better.
84.
Even when he won that daily title, there were things that were happening that made you think his action was possibly breaking down. But the way he's throwing today is showing me that there's a lot of smoothness
60.
and a lot of composure and fluidity with the throw. The body is not moving as much. The arm is coming through with a lot more purpose. And I think Mark Webster is on the way back.
130.
Tops for the first leg. And look at the ease with that tops. He's making this look very simple. There's been many times in the last few months where Mark has got frustrated, and we all get frustrated with not performing at our optimum, but I think there's a lot to smile about with Camp Webster right now.
134.
In regards to Richie, he has had
140.
a multitude of success in the Icons League. You just wonder what the future holds for Richie. Had a huge
81.
taste of the Pro Tour last year, being one of the top dogs on the Challenge Tour, and he was always an alternate for the Pro Tour events, and also qualified for some European events as well.
97.
Hence why he qualified for the World Championships. But the somewhat yo-yo action of
96.
Richie going from Challenge Tour to Pro Tour, backwards and forwards to Q School, you just wonder what he needs to do to solidify his place on the Pro Tour for an extended period of time.
43.
Just goes to show that everybody's story, everybody's career is different. We saw
58.
on the European Golf Tour at the weekend, Mark Warren winning a golf tournament for the first time in 6 years. At the Summer Series, we saw Wayne Jones making a semi-final for the first time in 7 years. You can never write anybody off, and you can use the Challenge Tour as a nice vaulting platform
65.
to get yourself back to where you want to be, and Richie has done that, but he needs to possibly do it again. Tops to equalise.
52.
This would be bad for Richie's chances if this goes. Great marker.
83.
Oh,
Darts.
picture perfect on the double 18 for the second time. And he's looking composed, confident, and accurate.
99.
And when Andy Jenkins joins us next, he may be having to catch Mark Webster, who already has a perfect 4 points. Maybe he's a little bit motivated by the fact that Manchester United are playing very well at the minute. Maybe that's why he's wearing his red shirt today, as opposed to his black one.
44.
It's no secret that Mark Webster is a fiercely competitive person, but also fiercely Man U.
$140.
He's a treble to leave the finish.
97.
Does get one.
$59.
And with Richie not getting one, he's Mark favourite now because he's left 87 with 2.
892.
It's not the end of the world, that 15. Might be the end of the leg if the 14 and bull goes, but now he's got a shot at double 11.
102.
Oh, and that one was a bit hooky. Came out a bit late and the follow through wasn't pure.
82.
But that was. This is old school Webby. This is a warning sign to everybody else playing today. Mark Webster, well, the only way to say it is with a whistle. Previously, in the last couple of months, the
97.
chest area of Mark's stance was following through with the lead arm. And I don't know what he's done, whether he sought some coaching or just looked at some of his games and worked on something at home, but the action is
100.
immeasurably better. You could actually say it's as good as it's ever been.
100.
That's enough to stay in touch with Richie, who scored 3 tons in this leg.
43.
Doesn't get a 4th. And Webster is like a spider. He is lurking,
139.
gobbling up the chances. Another one. Would have left double 19.
98.
He could be 4-0 down in a second. Richie Edhouse. Got to go treble 14 now. Gets it. Tops.
3.
Wow. What a shot. It hits the wire on the bullseye. Might have destroyed his stem. With it hitting the floor, and with 2 left, he goes perfect.
60.
Mark Webster was on the confidence-ometer today. I think it would be swaying way to the right, into the red zone.
40.
This is a brilliant start to the day for Mark. But now, He has to get the points in the bank because we do know
96.
from the last game that Richie played, having a big lead is no guarantee of a win.
140.
42.
Advantage Edhouse. He has stolen the throw.
140.
He has used it. Edhouse got the win a week ago, 5 legs to 3.
40.
It's not going to be the same scoreline. But it would be some effort if Edhouse was to get the points from here, considering the way that Mark has played. The average does not reflect, again, just like the first game of the day against Evans, the average does not reflect how well he has played in periods. That looks like a 15.
82.
He has left tops after hitting the treble 16 there. But he hasn't hit a double in a while, Richie Edhouse. He was forced to hit it here. There is a sign that someone is having a bit of a problem on the outer ring. Wry smile from Mark, because that dart at the treble 16 was not close. How close can Richie get the double 5? He gets there in 2 and breaks a streak of 8 losing legs. 4 in a row against Evans, 4 in a row against Webster, and now he has to keep going. At the very worst,
134.
he has to bridge this gap a little bit and hope that Mark has the same kind of finish to this game that Richie had in the last one.
$100.
It's a strange old game, darts. It'll send you around the bend if you let it.
134.
And now Richie has to do to Mark what Dave did to Richie. Jimmy Greaves said it about football, didn't he? It's a funny old game. When you play round robin style like this, we're going to be confronted with many different scenarios throughout the day. Got to go downstairs now.
134.
Fantastic. That's the score that Mark's searching for to the tops. He doesn't get it, but he gets something very close. This is a must now, this 74. To stay in the match, he needs to find tops.
3.
Oh, that's a great dart. Webster waiting for the chance.
$60.
As Mark Webster just starts to come down a peg. He
100.
seems to be finding a little bit more hunger. Mark used to use quite a long stem in his
134.
Premier League days and World Championship winning days. Recently has changed to a slightly shorter stem, and I think it's taken him some time to get used to it. He obviously wanted the darts to fly a little bit faster. The shorter the stem, the faster the dart will fly.
85.
But Richie Edhouse fails to leave a finish, and Webster, even though 2 behind,
60.
has a decent chance of getting this match 1-5-2, but no treble there doesn't help things. It's all down to the next visit. Will he get a match dart? Richie didn't get one in the last game, even when he was 4-1 up. But Mark doesn't get one. Didn't go for the single, he went for the treble.
$100.
Richie to extend the match again. It's double 16.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh no. A nightmare dart that didn't come out
26.
right. And Webster does get 3 match darts. And
Yeah,
only
that's right.
needs the 1. He does like double 12, and Webster stays perfect, undefeated so far. And I don't think he's played his best stuff yet. He could indeed get better. Ed House has no points, unfortunately, but Andy Jenkins will join us to play Dave Evans, and that's coming next. Welcome back to our Tuesday action and the Icons of Darts Live League, and the Jinx joins us. Full of beans, full of smiles.
All of it,
Is
David.
he going to be full of
And
points
you, mate.
today? First game of the day for Andy,
25.
as he goes up against Dave Evans, who will be feeling full of
25.
beans himself, considering the position he got himself out of in game number 2 against Richie Edhouse. Edhouse, who has played his
25.
first 2 games of the day without getting any points. So the likelihood is
25.
last Tuesday's winner will not win today. Mark Webster is the man to catch.
25.
25.
Very much like the last game. This is a real battle to see who starts the match.
Outside.
Oh, outside.
There's always a point in a long bull off where both players will have a little giggle.
Yeah, 25.
25.
Does make me wonder what the longest bull off is in history.
Outside.
I know there's been some long ones.
Oh, you kidding me? Outside.
Even the commentator's starting to laugh now. This is getting
Unbelievable.
quite funny. We could just do this all day and see who wins.
Yeah, outside.
Dave has a great chance now to start the match.
Oh no, you're joking.
Oh no,
Outside. Oh my god.
this keeps going.
We're running over
YouTube
today.
Sensation, this one.
Outside. Wow.
Surely this time, Andy.
Outside.
You can see the concentration that's going into this now.
Yeah, 25.
One thing you should know is it's very difficult to play darts when you're laughing.
Bullseye.
Oh,
that
he's
changed
won it
it.
with a bullseye.
There we go.
After all
Well,
that,
mate.
Dave
All the
Evans
best,
wins
buddy.
with a bull. Now we can crack on, best of 9, to see who can get closer to Mark Webster. Now, regardless of what
60.
Dave Evans does in this match, he can't surpass Mark Webster in the table because of the leg difference.
59.
There is 6 legs between them. This is Evans's 3rd game. So Webster is in a very good position as it stands. He will return in the next one, as John Brown will also join us.
140.
So Webster against John Brown will be next. I apologise that our game here has started a little bit late. We had a
180.
problem with Richie Edhouse's connection a little bit earlier, which derailed us, but we're endeavouring to get back on
60.
schedule. So we thank you for your patience. I must stress as well that if you are going to have a little flutter today, please
58.
do so in a responsible manner. And if it does stop being fun, please stop.
See.
Please
60.
feel free to get in touch with either myself or with Motorsports on social media to let us know your views of today's action, or indeed anything to do with
92.
the world of darts. We'll endeavour to reply, but we'll only do so if it's a positive thing.
Well done.
Please keep your social media interaction to a positive nature. Double 16.
Game 3.
And Dave Evans has started this one the way he finished his last game, where he won 4 legs in a row against a Richie
100.
Edhouse, who was 4-1 in front. very different player now to earlier in the day. It's taken him a little bit of time to get back in the groove. But by winning that game with Richie Edhouse,
60.
he has kept himself in the running for today's title, because these guys know losing 2 games and that's pretty much you out of it. If you lose 1, you still have a chance.
140.
But Dave Evans needs Mark Webster to lose a game today, and that will have to come at the hands
55.
of John Brown, Stephen Burton, or Andy Jenkins. He can't do anything about it because Mark has already beaten him.
60.
$60.
Dave Evans in control after 6 darts here, and a break chance is very possible. Not entirely sure why he was going for the 25 on dot 2 there. That one's over my head.
$121.
Good recovery after the first dart single 1. Will Evans get a shot at double? Treble 19. He does. It's tops.
Might as well. 72.
Unfortunately for him, he's right. It wasn't that close. How close can Andy get to double 16?
Game in 3.
Very close. That may prove to be a very key dart in this match from Andy Jenkins, because we know that Dave Evans
39.
can roam free when he gets a nice little cushion at the start. He's had many a destructive 5-0. This game is starting to heat up a tad
180.
as Evans answers the 180 of Andy Jenkins.
140.
I think Andy's found his range. It's taken him a little bit of time to find it, but now he is hot on that 60.
$105.
That switch to the 25 I do get.
Double check that.
2 treble 20s, Andy. It's plan A.
145.
Can't do any better than that from 181. The problem he has is that he didn't throw first,
2.
and he's lost the leg. I think Andy may have muttered something under his breath there.
100.
You can't do much more than leave 36 after 9 darts. But when your opponent is hunting the leg down and takes it
96.
in 11, all you have to say is well played.
100.
That's the situation where your opponent forces you to hit the perfect 9 darter.
96.
And you've got to give Dave Evans a lot of credit for that, because a lesser player would have surrendered that leg to Andy Jenkins. And all of a sudden, we're starting to see more of the Dave Evans that we've seen most of the time in the last 3 months.
96.
The extremely accurate, poised, and sometimes destructive Dave Evans. But in this leg, he's been Mr. Consistent. 396 scores. He's not going to get another one.
60.
$82 left.
110.
Well, with Dave on 153, I'm surprised he went for the second treble 20 there for double 11. But maybe he was right to try it. And Dave just misses the 57 there to have a shot at the double 18 for the leg. And that would have made Andy feel even more sick. double 8.
Came in 3.
Finds it with dart number 3. We have a level game again. Fair play to Andy for a great response to that 11 darter from Dave. Average is in the mid 90s.
140.
I think that's a pretty fair reflection, but there have been
Ton.
a couple of flashes of brilliance since we had that marathon of a bull off at the start of this one.
$135.
I get the privilege of watching every single dart today,
99.
and I can find the little cracks in the armor of the players and try and find out what's going right and what's going wrong. But earlier on, Dave was having real trouble getting the darts high
40.
enough for the treble 20. He has
140.
rescued that situation somewhat since then. With some great scoring, but this leg is very precarious right now.
85.
It's such a beautiful, graceful throw that he has. And you wonder what could possibly go wrong. Well, in a game of millimeters, it
65.
doesn't take much. Got to be a treble 19. We went for treble 15 for double 18.
65.
Not far off. It was a good dart. Just didn't drop. Jenks to break and to lead. Doesn't get a shot.
41.
After missing the 57, he can't get the 54 either. And Evans should retake the lead. That's a good miss because now it's double 16.
20.
What did that big miss at the double 18 just derail his rhythm and his thought process? Tops.
Came in 2.
Nice kill. And an unlikely break in 17 darts. After losing a leg after throwing 9 darts 2 legs ago,
95.
he throws 8 more darts in that leg to break the throw of Evans. A mystifying game sometimes. And we would hate it if it was predictable.
81.
If I was to have a conversation with the game, I'd say never change. But of course, I'm saying
60.
that as a commentator. As a player, it has aged me horribly.
98.
100.
Last week, Andy Jenkins had second spot in the league with 6 points. He had exactly the same amount of points as Mark Webster
99.
and the same leg difference. Based on the head-to-head record between the two, that's why Andy
96.
got the number 2 spot and Mark got the number 3 spot. 1 leg behind them was Dave Evans. You wonder where today's title is going to go. It's definitely
59.
Webster in the box seat right now. We haven't seen anything of John Brown or Stephen Burton yet. 2 guys who have yet to win
90.
a daily league. Today could be their day. You just don't know. It could be Andy Jenkins' day.
64.
Because he's in a great position all of a sudden here. 4-2 it will be if Tops is hit.
420.
Too venomous with that dart. Can Evans find his way to Tops twice? Oh, it
20
wasn't
left.
far away. The first one was in, just didn't have enough room under that other one, and he chose not to go to the open bed And Andy just needs one tops. Tens.
Game in 2.
And is 4-2 ahead after a small scare. It's an unlikely 4-2 lead. And Dave Evans knows that he has had his chances.
81.
These are the games that he was winning maybe 6 or 7 weeks ago with a bit
97.
more ease. But when he was being involved in a more attritional battle, he was coming through those as well.
60.
140.
Andy Jenkins, who lives for this game and has done for 30 years. I don't think of a time where Andy Jenkins is not involved in the game. I think he'll be throwing darts until he is physically unable
40.
to. Even then, I'm sure he'll be talking about darts. He has more stories about this game than most. And I'm sure one day
45.
it will make for a very entertaining few pages.
56.
He will return for 68, and it will be for a 5-2 victory. And when Dave Evans was hitting that 11 darter for 2-1 up, I did not conceive
60.
of this scoreline. I really didn't. But it could be so with double 16.
Yeah, game in 3. Sorry,
That's exactly what it is. 68 checkout to end that one for Andy Jenkins to get his first 2 points for the day. And that confines Dave to his second defeat of the day. So his chances of winning today's title are severely dashed. Well, Mark Webster will return to the board to take on young John Brown, who gets his campaign up and running in a couple of minutes. We are back after a very, very short break. And John Brown is welcomed to today's Icons of Darts Live League. Young man from Bristol will take on
25.
the current league leader, Mark Webster.
Outside. Good luck, Mark.
And JB will start this one off. very, very sunny in Bristol by the looks of it. And young JB
57.
will be looking for a decent run today. He came 5th in last Tuesday's league. But this is
81.
a very, very tricky task because Webster has been excellent today so far.
140.
That definitive Bristolian accent of JB,
43.
following in the footsteps of the likes of his dad Steve, Mark Dudbridge, Bob Anderson, Mike Gregory, great players from the West
140.
Country. John's started very brightly.
20.
That's unfortunate. Almost a 180 there for Mark. He's a great young man, is John Brown.
60.
I get the feeling that he could have a very long career ahead of him. He's got great technique.
99.
He's come through the JDC system, of course, which was brought into Planet Darts by his dad. Double 16 for John.
16 left, so 80.
Not quite. But he will now return for double 8 to get his campaign
100.
to a leg-winning start. That's in the way.
8.
It was aggressive, but that first start really scuppered his chances. And he could be bitten now. Double 10.
3.
Oh, that's really good from Webster. Not his best leg, but still grinds it out. The mark of a champion. And the more he plays,
180.
the more ominous it is for the field. I mentioned some of the West Country greats.
60.
Don't forget about North Wales. Some great players from up there.
60.
And the best two, in my opinion, I'm not sure it's up for debate. They're both left-handers.
140.
Martin Phillips and Mark Webster, former Welsh teammates, of course. Mark told me once that
97.
he loved to room with Martin Phillips because it was a constant laugh. But then again, anything related to Mark Webster is a constant laugh. He's one of the funniest men I've ever met.
59.
His sense of humour amongst PDC professionals is legendary.
96.
After starting with a max in this second leg, he has not looked back.
95.
68 away. This time he goes treble 16 for double 10.
50.
He is leaving double 8 in a lot. Very interesting. He does like double 12, so I'm guessing that the possible switch to double 9 if needed is not as uncomfortable for him as it is for other people.
87.
Double 9 is what he has,
1.
and disposes of that very fast. Well, it was a bright start for John, but a couple of missed starts at double in the first, and Webster has gobbled him up.
43.
When you see a
97.
second generation player coming through, you automatically ask the questions as to, you know, are they going to follow in the footsteps? Are they the same kind of player? Well, I don't think his dad Steve will mind me saying that Steve Brown's a bit feisty.
98.
And many an encounter with Steve, and it was never dull. Who wants darts to be dull anyway?
58.
You don't want it to be like a chess match. Not that there's anything against chess, of course. I'm a big fan of the game.
180.
Well, maybe checkmate to Webster, potentially. In a leg and a bit's time, because he has been very, very good at timing those maximums so far in this game. Treble 10 for double 18 for a 12.
90.
That's what you call the professional miss. Give it a little bit of air, and if it drops, great, but if it doesn't, you're going back to the bigger double. Still double 18. No longer double 18. An excellent leg. There's a chasm between the averages now, as Webster has polished off those first three legs in 48 darts. Very tidy.
99.
A win here for Webster, he will be on 6 points
140.
and 4 points in front of anybody else. With games against Stephen Burton and Andy Jenkins to come, those guys have got a job to stop him. And someone's going to have to.
140.
Otherwise, Webster will potentially post the score around 3:15 this afternoon British time, and nobody will catch him.
99. $140.
Every time Mark Webster scores 99, I think it's an apt number, because he has one of the most bizarre music tastes I have ever seen. And the likelihood is he does have 99 red balloons on his smartphone. Double 6.
12 left.
2 more misses at double for John Brown. Surely he's coming back. He is. A much improved leg from John.
59.
And to stop the bagel, he needs 2 sixes
Even 2.
and finds it. A nice professional marker, and then uses it to perfection with the next dart. And that break of throw gets him back in the match. Extension of that little finger to the sky. A little bit of old school from John Brown.
135.
I think a coach may say that you'd want that finger to be tucked in a little bit, but
61.
think about the likes of Gabriel Clemens at the moment, who has a protruding little finger on his throwing hand. What about Eric Bristow? He had the same.
94.
It's not a fault. It's just a characteristic.
58. $134.
One of the great mysteries of PDC darts for me over the last 10 years is that Mark Webster only has one PDC title.
100.
Lost in a few other finals. One of which was a major final at the Doncaster Dome, where he lost to Kevin Painter. But that one title he did win in Bad Nauheim, Germany. He beat his countryman Richie Burnett in the final.
140.
This is an important shot here. Another 20 for tops. Now, how much can he see?
60.
He thought for a second that that might have just crept in the bottom portion of that tops bed. It didn't. And John Brown can get within one if he takes his tops.
26.
Couple of misses. And Webster should be finding this, and does like double 10. What is it about left-handers and double 10? Wade, Webster, Muhlenkamp. They all love double 10. Martin Phillips loves double 10.
40.
Mark Hilton was a good double 10 hitter.
93.
At this scoreline, if he can finish the job here, Mark Webster, not only will his points tally grow to 6, but his leg difference will expand to +9. He's only played 3 games.
57.
One of the intricacies of playing this league and indeed online darts is that you can hear your opponent, and whenever they sound disappointed, you can hear it too.
100.
So it's important as the player to try and hide as much emotion as possible, not to feed your opponent. And this is something that has come about, of course, through the COVID-19 pandemic.
82.
We have had instances where emotions have run high. As they should do. Everybody wants to win everything.
94.
Great lead from Mark Webster. Good use of the board. Good board awareness.
97.
And this big checkout is for the match. And it is possible. Is it it?
Oh, 138.
Oh, it's a good lead. But not the best shot of the bullseye. You will admit that. John Brown, to extend the match, needs double 12.
Game in 3.
He finds double 6 for a second time to keep the match going. Very well done to the young man, because the pressure was on there. Both times he has won a leg, it has been a break of throw.
100.
But if you dissect that a little bit further, it means that he has not held his throw at all in this match,
140.
which is a little bit of a worry.
$44.
John Brown, of course, trying to emulate his manufacturer stablemate and JDC All-Star,
93.
Jared Cole, who picked up yesterday's title.
Oh, 60.
But on his throw, he's not played his best stuff. Didn't do a great deal wrong in leg 1. Just missed a couple of doubles, and Webster took advantage.
59.
That 60 there from Webster solidifies the lead, and he can sprint towards the finish now.
84.
Has to settle for just a 1 treble.
96.
He has to go a different route now for the 126. Earlier it was 61st, now it will be 19s. Another one of those, or the single. Bullseye again for the match.
1.
Gets closer. 2 match darts have gone. But he will get surely another 2. Double 12.
Game 3.
Has done it. Wasn't a great marker, but he does get the job done. 5 legs to 2. Mark Webster is going to take some catching today. His leg difference is better than everybody else's. His points tally is better than everybody else's. Is up to maybe Stephen Burton to try and catch him as he starts his campaign next. Welcome back to the Icons of Darts Live League. And Stephen Burton joins us, our last player of the day to get their campaign underway.
And you got 25.
Stephen will be looking to get off to a good start, which is what he did a week ago. Unfortunately, after that, it didn't go to plan, and he ended up on the bottom of the table.
26.
One thing we do know is that someone is going to get the first 2 points of the day in this one. Richie Edhouse has had a very puzzling morning. Starting very well indeed with a 4-1 advantage on Dave Evans, and then unfortunately surrendering that advantage and losing 5-4, and then he had to stay on the board. It was on the end of a 5-2 loss to Mark Webster, who has
47.
since won another game. As a result of that,
100.
Edhouse is out of today's race. Mathematically, he isn't.
126.
But the likelihood is he is. He'd have to win his next 3 matches by big margins, and Mark Webster would have to lose his remaining 2 by big margins.
140.
And we're forgetting about all of the other combatants.
130.
Nice approach there from Stephen to leave himself on something south of what Richie has. He had the highest 3-dot checkout
48 squad.
of 99.
75.
14 and bull now for Stephen. Double 11.
50.
Richie on double 12 for the first leg. And there was that hooky follow through that comes in sometimes.
80.
And has had some issues on doubles today.
$22 and 2.
No such worry on double 11 for Stephen Burton. Two more players who are
60.
from the southern part of England. Mentioned earlier that Richie is originally from Essex,
100.
but is currently residing in East Sussex. His home county of Essex is not too far away
81.
from where Stephen's from, in Suffolk, bordering county.
100.
Both players with what I like to call very similar technique. There's always a moving
93.
part. There's no stopping point for their throw. It's always something moving. What I like to call a continuous action. Stephen has been a very dangerous player on the circuit for a number of years now. Has made his way to the PDC World Championships on one occasion.
59.
He did that via the last chance playoff just over 18 months ago.
40.
So he has had a sample of the greatest stage of them all. I'm sure he would dearly love to get back there.
42.
He wasn't able to retain his tour card, which I'm sure was very disappointing for him. So he's had to apply his trade to the Challenge Tour once more. And it hasn't gone his way at the start of this year, meaning he didn't get any invitations to the Summer Series. But he'll be hoping that
48.
The challenge tour returns sooner rather than later. Same goes for Richie, of course, who's looking to equalise the score here with double 8.
17.
This is double 4, and the missed doubles now are becoming infectious. It's starting to have a mental toll. Double 16 for Stephen.
44.
Misses on the inside of 16s and 8s. Richie find the green bit.
Oh, low score.
Wow. It was a good guide, but the next two darts were too fierce.
4.
And Stephen has something very similar. Throws a good dart, but doesn't quite get there.
In 1.
And he finds it eventually and draws level at 1 leg all. Stephen, one of the dart players that has a very, very simple nickname.
27.
I like to put him in the same school as, say, Dave Chisnell or Mark Walsh.
83.
Calls himself Bertie.
$96.
I don't mind the odd simple nickname, as long as we've got a few creative ones as well.
81.
One of my favourites is the Mirror Man, Simon Stevenson,
100.
because he fits luxury mirrors on very nice yachts. Imagine that for a job.
99.
Wouldn't want to drop that mirror. You'd be a very unlucky dart player and get a lot of bad luck in your career.
84.
I'm a particular fan of Richie Edhouse's nickname, Madhouse.
94.
We all know that Richie's a lovable bloke, but he can be a bit mad, and we love him for it. I don't know why he doesn't walk out on stage anymore to Let's Get Ready to Rumble. Double 12.
32.
Well, you don't see many people going 20 double 12 for 44. And why not?
In 2.
Well, maybe he should have gone a different route because Richie Edhouse has stolen that one away.
$57.
Cuts my mind back to a time when Richie Edhouse was playing on the European Tour, and he was playing the last game of an afternoon session against
63.
Adrian Lewis, and he hit one of the most impressive checkouts I have ever seen. It was 160,
134.
5-all with Adrian Lewis. He's on 160 and he chips it to finish the session. It was
100.
quite phenomenal. At that time, Richie was a very, very confident player.
60.
Don't get me wrong, he's a big handful for anybody right now. But back then, he was
140.
just a little bit more confident and had a bit of swagger about him. But on the flip side, I remember when he played in Vienna.
93.
He played the last game of the Friday night session and he was put up against a young player
60.
with the surname Rodriguez. Rusty Jake Rodriguez. He was only 16 and Richie Edhouse was thrown to the wolves.
95.
And Rusty had the entire crowd on his side. I actually felt quite sorry for Richie that night.
120.
Double 9. One thing you'll see with Stephen Burton is that he does go his own way for a few shots. Richie's a bit more conventional.
13.
And just misses double 16 to get himself a 3-1 lead.
18 and 2.
Finds double 9 and we have a level game at 2-all. The averages are not brilliant. But the apt thing about those averages is that they are very similar,
99.
as is the scoreline. You've seen Edhouse average way north of this in the last 3 months.
59.
But today is proving to be one of those days where you have to work very hard for everything you get.
136.
Signs of frustration on the face of
64.
Madhouse. If it continues this way, you might want to go to the Madhouse.
96.
This is Richie's
Wow.
third game of the day. He has remaining games against Andy Jenkins and John Brown.
105.
And he's languished way behind in this leg.
100.
Even that ton will not get him to a finish, and Stephen is very much a favourite to get
65.
in front. And he does so in very quick fashion with the best leg of the match.
$140.
A few of the players this morning asking each other when they think the Challenge Tour will resume.
100.
Well, that, of course, I'm sure will be part of the PDC's thinking process. Trying to get action back to the Development Tour and the Challenge Tour, as well as the Pro Tour, after a successful Summer Series jaunt to Milton Keynes.
100.
And when it returns, these guys will be hoping that they're sharp and ready to make an assault on the top of the rankings for that, which would get them in the World Championships and possibly back on the Pro Tour.
97.
And the carrot of that as well is that they wouldn't have to go to Q school. Qualifying school is getting tougher by the year. $80 with the first two, leaves 46.
94.
That's a nice approach there from Richie. This has been a much better leg from him.
100.
Double 8.
16.
And more misses at double. And if Stephen Burton takes out this 104, this would be a bad sign for Richie.
48.
Doesn't get there.
In one.
We have a level game again. 3-all. And of the two people, this may be a more important game for Stephen Burton,
97.
because he has lost 4 matches in a row in the Icons of Darts Live League.
60.
He doesn't want to start on a run of losses like Dave Parletti did, where he lost 12 in a row, but then proceeded to get 4 wins yesterday out of 5.
42.
The last thing you want to do is lose consecutive matches
100.
and allow your confidence to slip away. And Stephen's doing a very good job of getting the lead back here.
140.
164 was the highest checkout of yesterday, taken out by 2 players, Jared Cole and Diogo Portela. Treble
99.
needed to leave a finish, and he gets there, inching closer to Stephen Burton.
65.
It will take a Herculean effort to get the lead back here for timing of the throw today is just not as good as it was a week ago. Double 12.
41 in 2.
He does like double 12, doesn't he? Everybody's got a favourite double. Whether you should or not is entirely up to you. They're all the same size.
46.
But based on how you stand, how you throw, everyone's got one double that they favour over others.
137.
Something that you go to when you need it. You feel comfortable with it. Double 16 has paid a few mortgage payments for me over the years. Obviously, Stephen is a fan of double 12.
80.
Oh, that was unfortunate. That was 60 on the floor. All of the momentum of that dart was taken by hitting a portion of the flight.
134.
And this is defiant from Richie Edhouse. A second consecutive 1-3-4. Trying to halt Stephen Burton in his tracks.
122.
100.
Decent ton, and he will get a shot at that 87.
$82.
Good switch to leave 80. This is a must now for Richie Edhouse. 20 for Bull. Double 5 on the bonus.
77.
It's a miss, and Burton should surely get a match dart. One dart,
Yeah, great.
which is
Oh,
all
that
he
was a terrible
needs
game.
to confine Richie Edhouse to a third consecutive defeat. He gets his first 2 points, and he will start hopefully climbing the ladder towards where Mark Webster is. Well, he's got a way to go, but Stephen Burton gets the points, and Dave Evans will now play John Brown in the last game before the short lunch interval. We'll be right back. Welcome back to game number 7 of the day. And Dave Evans is playing his 4th game
My
of
own thing from
today's
my own
session.
chance. Give me a second. No, yes.
One of Dave's cameras has just frozen. We're just going to fix that. It looks like John has had some of the sunlight taken away in his previous match. It was very bright in that room, but looks a bit better now. That very, very smart grey and blue shirt.
Cool.
Very much the in thing at the minute, the round collar with the dart shirts. I can exclusively reveal that my new dart shirt will have the same.
It's a 25.
A little bit of a change of pace. Trying to cut it with the kids.
That's 25.
Well, league position at the minute. Mark Webster out on his own on 6
25.
points and a very healthy leg difference as well. He's going to take some catching.
Outside.
Mark Webster will return the next game after the short interval. And we'll look to get to 8 points. And put Stephen Burton into the defeat
96.
column for the first time today after that first win he got in the last match against Edhouse, who has lost 3 out of 3. It's not often we've been able to say that in the time that Richie's been playing this league. One of the reasons for that is the recovery of Dave Evans in game number 2, winning from 4-1 down.
82.
It may have had an irreparable effect on Richie Edhouse's day, losing from 4-1 up in match number 2. Because since then, he has not been the same player. It'll be very interesting to see how he responds
97.
against Andy Jenkins this afternoon and in his final game of the day against this young man, John Brown from Bristol.
43.
John's been the better player in the first leg here. Much
60.
the same in his last match with Mark Webster. He was bossing the first leg, but just failed to take the double.
100.
As a result, Webster took his chances and banked a 5-2 win.
92.
Decent switch there from Dave. But it's double 16 for John.
33.
A couple of misses at the start of this one. Just hope for John's sake that maybe Dave shouldn't take this one 2-2, but he would love to punish him, but that's a bad first start.
82.
Nice, clean, crisp shot needed at double 4. Double 2.
4.
Frustrating times for John Brown, who may be punished again and is. Everybody knows my stance on apologising for winning a leg. But there are times where you win a leg that you didn't deserve. And that was one of them.
180.
But the executioner that is Dave Evans has decided to up the ante.
57.
Well, to coin the phrase, I think he's sharpened his axe there. Because he's now, I was just about to say, he's not missing. He was devastated with that 5th dart missing the 60. He wanted the shot at the 9. We have had 2 9s, of course, in the last couple of months. Aaron Monk with the first. Martin Adams with the second. And both of them hit against James Hubbard.
77.
Good switch there from John. Failing on the 60 and utilising the next value at the south of the board.
98.
Dave will return and have choices.
93.
I have the feeling he may go for a treble 10 here. Single 20 for double 18.
Game in 3.
Very clean and crisp. And made that look very simple. Those shots are anything but.
60.
Dave Evans is sneaky experienced. Talking earlier about the greats of the
180.
west of England, the likes of Mike Gregory, Bob Anderson, Steve Brown, and Mark Dudbridge.
137.
I could be here all day talking about the greats from the Northwest. Likes of Alan Warren a Little, Dave Chisnell, Alan Glazier,
96.
$100.
Don't forget that some of the best commentators that the game has ever seen have come from some of these regions. John Gwynn, of course, a great of the Northwest. And if you go back to the Southwest where John's from,
140.
you have to think of only one name, and that is the great Dave Lanning.
59.
He is sadly missed. $66 left with 2. Bullseye.
60.
He was flirting with the double 16 there, which would have left double 17.
$57.
Dave staring 3-0 in the face on double 8.
Game in 2.
Very good on the doubles. Very good indeed. And a second break in the bank now. He's looking good to be the second player to 4 points.
92.
Problem for Dave is he's only got one match left. That's against Stephen Burton.
60.
The best he can do is 6 points, which Webster already has. And in every likelihood, Dave Evans'
93.
best effort today could be second spot. But in order for that to happen, he may need Mark Webster to win all of his games.
140.
This is, of course, great experience for young John.
56.
When I was his age, I was barely playing pub darts in the late 90s.
96.
So to play against the likes of Dave Evans, Mark Webster, a former world champion, this is a great experience for his future. It's a great way for him to learn how to play match play.
39.
$134.
Great switch from John Brown. To be first to a finish and should get a leg winning dart. Does Dave go to the bull here?
130.
Absolutely. Good call. Single 18 for tops.
31.
Not a bad dart. Just a bit too positive. And Dave goes back to Old Faithful bullseye. A 9 for double 16.
70.
Just fails on the outer ring. First miss on the outer ring for some time.
Game in 1.
And John Brown takes full advantage of that. A great leg of darts there to break straight back. It's a very nice action that John has.
60.
It's continuous, Don't see any stopping points. It's got a lovely rhythm to it.
140.
It's not that dissimilar to that of Dave Evans, but John's a little bit more side on with the stance.
140.
Oh, come on, Dave.
See, with
43.
99% of players that they don't have their chest facing the board, they have it facing away from the board, which allows the arm to be free to
93.
float. The comfortable position usually is 45 degrees away from the board. We are seeing Dave Evans and
59.
John Brown here with their body closer to the 90-degree angle away from the board.
60.
There's a little bit of a lean in that third dart of John, which isn't accentuated. It's not a fault, but it's something just to be aware of.
59.
It's something that a lot of top pros still do. That's a tremendous visit there from young John Brown. An impeccable setup. He wasn't going to take the check out. That was the next best prize.
60.
Dave Evans' scoring seems to have deserted him for a while. And John is going to take advantage. That's a brilliant leg there. 16 darter, lifts his average into the 80s. And that hold of throw after the break has got him back into the match. But he knows he still
60.
has to find another break of throw and continue to hold.
55.
Well, with all the young players these days wearing really flashy dart shirts and using very flashy kit, there's a classic look about John Brown,
7.
which I like. Nice clean colours, coordinated as well.
45.
Not wearing any leery pinks or yellows. That's the beautiful thing about this game. So many different personalities,
180.
so many different possibilities, but there is the best possibility on the dartboard.
68.
Sports need characters. Very famous words.
$140.
We sincerely hope that the future of the game is littered with characters. The last thing we need are a bunch of darting robots for you guys to
43.
cheer. That wouldn't be much fun. Another 16. 4 double.
Gaining 3.
He's back, hitting that outer ring with alarming regularity. That consolidation of the lead puts him within 1.
140.
To get the job done and get 2 more points. If this was Dave's last game and he was to get the win, I think it would be a very interesting debrief that he would have with himself about today's campaign.
58.
It's been littered with different stuff. Very frustrating first game against Mark Webster, where Mark came out of the blocks in spectacular style.
180.
There's been a lot of 180s today from Dave Evans. There's been a lot to admire. Like I was saying,
59.
there's been a few things in between that will have puzzled him. If this game was easy,
94.
everybody would play it at a world-class level. It's just not that simple.
96.
Another good switch from John Brown. gets him to the more favourable finish. But Dave Evans has got a great position here.
134.
Oh, lovely. 619s to lead 36 and forces JB to hit the 148. Which is not going to go now. And it could be John Brown's second consecutive 5-2 loss. Double 18, one of his favourite doubles.
Game in 1.
And he does not miss that. A really good clinic on the doubles there from Dave Evans. And he finds himself to 4 points. 2 points behind Mark Webster. But we're going to take a short break now. We will come back with Mark Webster, the group leader, and Stephen Burton. That will be at 1:40 British time. We'll see you soon. Welcome to the middle match of today's session, game number 8. As Stephen Burton, who is undefeated after his first match of the day, takes on the also undefeated Mark Webster. Everybody's trying to catch Mark. And as well as Stephen wanting to get his second win of the day, there are a few players hoping that Stephen wins here too, just to stop Mark Webster's charge towards 10 points. And if Stephen can do that, it does bring Andy Jenkins into the fold. Even though Andy has only played one game and won that one game, it makes the task a little bit easier if Mark posts a number like 8 points. Can make a few mistakes. And that is Stephen's first 180 in 7 matches.
100.
It's been a long time coming.
$85.
It's been a good leg so far from both players. 84 left.
77.
Not anymore. What a great approach there from Webby. Double 8 for Stephen.
68.
Oh, misses on the outer ring, and Mark is dodging bullets and taking advantage today. He knows he shouldn't have got that chance. But does he look like the kind of player who is going to give it back? No.
100.
Lots of positive stuff on social media today, saying how good it is to see Mark playing well. Well, he's been playing well for quite a few weeks now, but like I mentioned earlier, I think it's
100.
very encouraging that the action is a lot smoother than it was a few weeks ago. There was a lot of effort going into the throw 5, 6, 7 weeks ago.
57.
But he has worked an extraordinary amount of time on that game, constantly playing matches against great players. As a result, the throw has
140.
smoothed out. Tight second leg halfway through.
59.
Opportunity here for Stephen to get first into the finishing zone.
44.
There's a definitive lean to Stephen Burton's throw. Mark is very upright.
89.
Doesn't lean much at all in towards the dartboard, but Stephen does, as you can see there, the right shoulder dropping down and a bit of a climb with every
180.
dart. And a second 180 of the match for Stephen. And he might not get a shot at the double 10,
84.
but he does. Double
10.
5. 5 misses at double in this match. And Webster could be 2-0 up.
4.
Oh, that's what you don't want to happen. You can understand the frustration there. Frustration compounded with Stephen taking that double 5. Are we seeing from Stephen one of the reasons why he was at the bottom of the table last week? Just a few too many misses at double. I don't see any trouble with the composure, the rhythm of the throw. Very much like John Brown. He's got that pinky finger poking out,
94.
which is not a fault, just a characteristic.
80.
Mark really wants to win every game today.
132.
Burton is upping the ante.
120.
Oh, not for the first time today. Webster's had a bounce out from a very compacted treble 20.
100.
And that 60 has cost him a shot at a finish. And Stephen, for the second time in this match, on his own throw, has left 76 after 12 darts. The last time he left it, he got the treble 20 and missed 2 at double 8. This time, it's 1 dart at tops.
76 and 3.
And he's found it in the bottom left corner. His average in his first game
59.
against Richie Edhouse was approaching respectable. Let's put it that way. We will be honest. But this one here is a step up in class.
99.
And he is having to against Mark Webster, who's played very well today. Interestingly, he decides to switch
97.
after that first start, maybe trying to alleviate any situations like a couple of visits ago where he got that big bounce
180.
out. Third 180 of the game for Stephen. Could today be his day? Stephen Burton will finish today's campaign off against John Brown at around 4:30 this afternoon, British time.
100.
And he is firmly in control of this match.
54.
And that's not a great visit. Playing at such a rapid pace.
105.
25 on the last start leaves tops. And Mark will hope that 110 is not hit.
58.
Don't blame him for going for the second attempt at the 60 there to try and leave double 15. Last start.
83.
Finds double 10. Big shot there from Webby to draw level at 2 legs all, but he still has to find a break of throw on this one. He should have had one already.
45.
125.
See that treble 20 that Mark is aiming at has taken a bit of a pounding today.
140.
I remember playing Stephen Burton in the Icons League a few times, and his voice across the
60.
call that we make so we can hear each other, there was nothing aggressive about it. He is a very aggressive dart player.
Amazing.
Goes for all of his shots in an aggressive manner, but his voice is not like that. Comes across like Mr. Rogers. You know that guy that is on children's television in America? He used to be anyway.
99.
He's gone from famine to feast here with the 180s. Tops.
56.
This time he misses the 76 on the last dart. Big shot for Webster here. Oh, strolls in to find his way to the break of throw. This has been a very fast-paced, good game. You can tell how much Webster wants the perfect record today.
83.
Stephen Burton had not hit a maximum in 6 consecutive
60.
Icons matches. And then in this match, he's had 4.
135.
25.
Well, that's music to the ears of Mark Webster, that bounce out, because it's going to huge gap here,
134.
and that helps. I'm surprised he didn't go for the 19s first on that, but Mark's a bit of a traditionalist when it comes to the scoring approach. Me, when he was
59.
making the Players' Championship final and beating Phil Taylor in the World Championships, I firmly believe he was the best treble 19 hitter in the world. 215s.
83.
And a lovely conversion on 90 for a 4-2 advantage right now. And Webster is looking very solid. He hasn't set the world alight with his averages today, but he has maintained steady stuff around that 90 mark. In this game, he stuttered at the start, but has
94.
responded with some of the best stuff he's thrown today. His best leg of the day
140.
was in the first match. In the second leg, he had a 10-darter.
100.
132.
Oh, brilliantly done from Stephen Burton to get to 170. That's how you use the 18s on 302.
43.
Will he take the big fish out?
140.
Oof. The line was good. Just overshot the vault. And he has found himself on the double that Webster has just plugged.
Game in
Double
3.
6. And there you have no hesitation. And that's what you get with Stephen Burton. You don't get any hesitation. He knows all the shots. He knows exactly how to transition to the next visit, to the next dart, and he does so in very quick fashion.
100.
And with that leg there, it's 1 down and 2 to go. Mark's got to be careful here
99.
that he isn't steamrolled by the pace of Stephen Burton. He's one of those rare players that can get on a heater and win the last 3 legs in very, very quick time.
97.
Mark's fending him off though. And again, it's 302.
92.
This time he does not get the anchor 60 to leave that 170. So Mark looking to get to a finish.
140.
Oh, a great last start. To leave 107 for the match.
100.
If this goes, I would have to say this is the steadiest performance of the day. Tops,
87.
1 match dart gone. Webster now has to hope that Stephen does not take the 110. There's the 60. The 18.
Oh, wow.
No,
The 32 is
94.
missed. And Webster's back on 10s again. Creates the angle. This is a big dart at 5-5.
83.
Oh, that's a confident dart right there, because that could have easily become a situation that he might not have got out of. Stephen Burton has been defeated in his second match, but Mark Webster is undefeated after 4 and will have the chance in his last match to win today's league undefeated. Richie Edhouse returns to play Andy Jenkins, who himself is undefeated. We'll see how they get on in a moment. Welcome back to today's action in the Icons of Darts Live League. A few off-camera giggles between these two mates, but it's down to business now. As Andy Jenkins begins an afternoon with 4 matches, and he may need to win them all
25.
if he wants to top today's table, because Mark Webster has got himself to 8 points. The next game that Andy Jenkins plays after this one could be the one for the afternoon that stipulates where today's title goes.
180.
And Ed House can now play with a little bit of, well, less pressure, because after losing his first 3 games today, he can no longer win today's title.
96.
He's battling for pride.
60.
And make no mistake, Mark Webster wants Richie to win this game.
58.
We only have 2 undefeated players left. Mark Webster on 8 and Andy on 2 points.
60.
And the pressure is firmly on Andy in this match. He is someone who tends to keep
60.
a tally of where he stands, so he will know the situation. 12 very straight darts in this leg. 2 tons, a 140 and 2 60s will leave him 41. But will he get a shot at 41? Double 16 for Richie.
75.
Tight miss there. And Andy will go for the 9 because he loves double 16. Oh, he's hit the 14. 27 left. Go down the ladder to 11. To double 8.
25.
Not happy Jan, as they say in Australia. And Mr. Redhouse is in the doghouse with Andy. Richie Redhouse is going to be tough to beat when he's playing with a bit of freedom.
97.
He's a very naturally gifted thrower. But Andy will be searching for a similar result from
97.
a week ago. Andy was the only person to defeat Richie Edhouse 7 days ago
100.
by 5 legs to 2. Is Richie going to get revenge for that? I've already said that revenge is a very strong word. Is Richie going to even the score?
79.
Already, Richie is the better player. And easily line up at 32 again. He's done exactly that. To set up a 5-visit leg.
100.
In 1.
And a wonderful 13 darter from Madhouse. Andy has got to get a move on. Look at that average for Edhouse in the first 2 legs. 104.
45.
That's unlucky. That must have got tangled between the 2 darts there. All of the pace was taken off it. 2 players in today's table have yet to get off the mark. Richie is one of them.
134.
The other one is John Brown, who has lost his first 2 matches. Richie his first 3.
140.
They have the same leg difference of -6. These guys are motoring along
60.
at a very swift pace. Andy's always been a very
61.
swift player. If he does any thinking, it's before he throws, and when he's at the hockey, he tends to let it flow.
96.
Single 18 required for tops. Oh,
78.
not far away. Why is that one? If Richie gets this, Andy's going to feel hurt. Double 16.
24.
Oh, that came out with a shotgun, didn't it? That went a bit hot out of the hand. Double 10. Double 5.
You're kidding me. 5 left.
2 of them were right on the wire. The tops was not close,
In 1.
but Ed House has pushed that one into 24 and has got 2 breaks of throw and a 3-0 lead. It's all going wrong for Andy Jenkins in this one.
100.
He's maintaining that 100 average, which is very impressive.
77.
100.
Andy Jenkins can ill afford to take his foot off the gas in this match.
100.
If he was to lose this, he would then have to win his final 3 games, one of them against Mark Webster, and then have to bridge the gap between himself and Mark in the leg difference. Richie wins this one. I think there is more pressure
96.
on Andy in the next one. Either way, he's got to win. But Ed House is not missing much here.
100.
4 tons here, going for the old school 5-ton game. You don't see it very often now. This is what Alan Glazier used to do, and the likes of Bobby George used to do this. 4 tons and a 101.
69.
18 for Bull. Stay in it potentially.
25 left.
Not there. And he's left 32 plenty of times in this match, has Richie Edhouse. Obviously, he likes it in the green bit down there.
$99.
135.
It can be a very frustrating game, this, but maybe the break after his last match with Stephen Burton, he's been able to reset himself and just focus on playing one game at a time as opposed to thinking, I want to win today.
40.
A lot of players can just play in the moment instead of thinking about the big picture.
99.
If Andy was to lose this 5-0,
134.
not only is it bad for his chances for today, but the scoreline is a disaster for his leg difference.
60.
Oh, 66.
Well, it does get him to 126, which is very makeable.
65.
He'll be licking his lips if he gets this one. 57 for Bull.
In 3.
Oh, I said it was very makeable, and that was a delicious shot from Richie Edhouse, and he gets the 5-0. That's great news for Mark Webster, who plays Jenkins next. The gap in the leg difference is huge now. But Dave Evans will play his last game against Stephen Burton, and that is coming right up right now. welcome back to our coverage of today's league. And Stephen Burton will be playing his third game of his campaign, but this is your final outing for Dave Evans. The best that Dave Evans can do is to put in 6 points, which won't be good enough to win today's title. But you don't know if it's going to be good enough for second spot. Time will tell. Stephen will start this one and will throw in the odd numbered legs. 1, 3, 5, 7, and possibly the 9th if we go all the way.
139.
Plenty of 180s for Stephen Burton in the last match. He gave that treble 20 a real pounding. But his usual style
60.
is to hit 2 treble 20s and switch. I'm not sure I have met
Dave.
a dart player that hits
41.
as many 177s as Stephen Burton.
168.
But look at that. 170, 168. He is creative, I will say that.
59.
There are lots of traditional dart players out there who do things the way things have been done for many, many decades. But
94.
Stephen Burton is not like that. He can find his way around the board in very fast style.
97.
And in no time at all, he's found himself on tops after 12.
14-2.
A brilliant first leg. That's the only way you can describe that leg. It was blistering. It's been a strange day for Dave Evans today. He has worked extremely hard. And at times, he has been
99.
resurrecting his chance of topping the table, but ultimately that first game of the day against Mark Webster, he's always been chasing since then.
140.
And they're trading 140s there after 90 plus shots in their first visit. Evans losing to Jenkins in his third match was not ideal. And then a tidy display against John
44.
Brown got himself to 4 points. His leg difference is in the minus column, it's -1. So if he wants to get it to plus,
139.
that 164 would have helped. He just fancied that one, you feel. Didn't have to go for the bullseye. 10 or an 18 was probably the right
41.
shot, but sometimes you just want to go for it.
Game in 2.
And there you have a lovely 14 darter from Dave. So they've traded 14s to start this encounter.
140.
Well, this time he doesn't go for the switch on dart 3. Two guys that have expressed a big interest in the challenge tour when it returns. And if and when it does, as the dart slips out of Dave's hand,
46.
I think these guys are going to worry a lot of players.
82.
You just wonder if the creation of MAD as well, the modern amateur darts, whether that will have an impact on what they do
137.
week to week. Will they find their way to their super region
51.
and utilize that system for the amateur game if they're not on the pro tour?
54.
I get the feeling they will fully back that system. But Stephen here gearing up for another 14 darter. That's all we get in this game. 14 darters. 3 legs and 3 of them. That's 42 winning darts.
99.
Come on, Dave, keep it going. This is very good indeed.
98.
I sincerely remember a game I had just over 10 years ago playing Terry Jenkins in Germany. It was first to 8. And 6 of my 8 winning legs were 14 darters. Someone told me that about 2 weeks after the tournament and showed me the score sheet.
66.
When you're in the zone, you don't know what you're doing. You're just looking to get over the winning line.
Dave.
That zone that you crave to find as a dart player
85.
and a sports person. When you're in there, you're not thinking, you're just doing, and you have an oblivious nature to what's going on around you. It's a great place.
$41.
It's not going to be a 14 darter in this leg.
100.
Now all Dave wants is to convert this 180 and 6, possibly 4. Got to stay high here. Got to stay away from those flights.
140.
And don't underestimate how good that single is.
60.
Tops then. Now 10s for 2-2.
No, can't see. No, 20 scored.
He's gone outside of 10s twice. And Burton gets the bonus chance. That is a great dart. Now tops.
97.
Oh. It was a great opportunity that he cultivated for himself. Will he pay the price for that miss?
No score.
No. Not yet. But he still has to hit 10s himself.
20 and 1.
You can see that Stephen was surprised to get that opportunity. But it has been taken. And you can hear the exasperation of Dave Evans. It's an immensely frustrating game this sometimes.
177.
There's a 177 from Mr. 177. You can see why he did not stay up top for the 180 there, because the section was closed. There was no gap left to use. My record against Stephen Burton is absolutely diabolical. And I've been on the end of so many of those 177s from him. I have to pay huge credit to him
81.
for doing that so many times, not just against myself, but quite a few other players too. He's making
82.
Dave Evans feel very miserable right now. Let's not forget that if Stephen Burton was to win this match
37.
and Andy Jenkins was to beat Mark Webster, Stephen Burton is not out of today's race yet.
80.
I find it puzzling that he went 60 for double 11 there. But I have said before
97.
today that Stephen Burton will do things his way.
22 and 1.
A beautiful double 11 to go 4-1 ahead. And a very impressive performance, averaging 97 dead right now. This is his best spell of the day.
60.
Dave Evans has been playing the longest today since game number 1.
60.
Starting at 10:30 in the morning, the likelihood is he probably started practicing around 9:30, maybe a tad earlier, just to get loosened up.
45.
Long time playing darts, but they should be used to it by now. But because they haven't played competitively for a week, Might be a few
100.
cobwebs, a few rusty bits in the armour. Again, that I mentioned with Mark Webster and Andy Jenkins,
57.
that comes next. It's the biggest game of the day. Webster can nail the title with a win
85.
against Jenkins, against an opponent that he has an excellent record against. Everybody but Andy Jenkins,
134.
well, everybody but Mark Webster will want Andy Jenkins to win that match because it brings other people into the fold.
140.
Stephen strolling. His most accomplished
90.
performance of the day. And Dave has been working very hard without much reward.
24.
Well, just in case Stephen stutters, David has 57 for 38.
77.
And it's 92 for the match for the man from Suffolk. Double
86.
six. Oh, match start missed. I'm surprised he went for the 60. Thought he might have gone for two double 18s.
Game in 1.
But Dave survives. And we do go to his 7th leg. We'll probably look back at that double 6 chance as a bonus opportunity
100.
because it was on the Dave Evans throw.
$60.
When you haven't played competitively for a few days, the arm
140.
and the mind gets a little tired at times like this. And if you do want to become a very good tournament player, when you're feeling this way, it's good to have a practice and try and work through it.
180.
Great way to equalise the score there from Dave, a maximum.
91.
Stephen Burton finished this game with the biggest checkout of the lot. We didn't get one yesterday.
Come on. 57.
Dave unable to equalise the score.
118.
Great recovery from Stephen. The first dart was wide, but now he will get two further darts to finish the job.
100.
To stay in today's race for the title, he has to win and then hope that Webster loses.
52 and 3.
There you have it.
Okay.
Stephen Burton has got another victory. He is on 4 points, and that is where Dave Evans finishes. Dave Evans has done a great job today of scrapping things out, but it hasn't been his day. He will not finish second, and he will not finish first either. But Stephen Burton is still fighting. We will return at 2:55 British time, and it will be Webster, and it will be Jenkins, and it all comes down to this potentially. Key match then coming in right here. If Andy Jenkins does not beat Mark Webster, the Welshman will be your champion for today, undefeated.
What is what?
JT.
Outside.
25.
Webster has won the bull and has looked today
And you
like the most composed and steady player. He has admitted off the air that he hasn't played his best today, but he has been winning. And everybody would take that every time.
60.
It's a scary prospect when you've got the opportunity of getting 10 points out of the day and you still haven't played your best stuff. I actually think Mark is
180.
ripe for possibly doing a job here because he has looked as impressive as I've seen him all year. That's saying something considering
93.
he has won daily titles.
100.
But on Tuesday, July the 14th, Mark Webster is going for his first undefeated day since June the 6th.
47. 48, sorry.
So about 6 weeks ago, that's when he had an undefeated day, and he's going for that right now. Any win will do. Double 10.
20.
Plenty of time, as Andy hasn't found his range yet.
134.
He has found it now.
1.
Mark does grace the oche very fast as soon as his opponent has finished. That 16 darter is a tidy opening.
140.
I've already said today that tidy is a good word used by the Welsh, but it's said very differently from north to south.
96.
140.
If you think about the accent, it is very close to the North Wales border. It's around Cheshire way. That's very different to
80.
the Welsh border next to Bristol. So you can understand the
45.
North Wales accent is very different to the South Walian accent.
139.
Still very passionate when they play together, though. Just remember what it was like for Mark playing with Barry
136.
Bates or with Gerwin Price. Andy Jenkins has
59.
responded brilliantly here.
Gaming one.
13 darter from Andy Jenkins, draws level at 1-all. Andy, of course, a Hampshire legend when he used to play for that county many times in that colour, light blue.
100.
Maybe not that exact shade.
'96.
Mark was a Clwyd player back when he was world champion.
100.
He had a very decent lady teammate as well at Clwyd, Anastasia de Bromislova.
119.
Can you imagine that at one point? Clwyd had the lady and male
140.
Lakeside champions in their squad at the same time. Quite incredible. Another treble 20.
96.
I wasn't 100% sure whether that second one was in. So I was holding my breath.
92. I mean 99, sorry.
Double top for Mark Webster. 10s again.
23.
15 darter from him, and this has been littered with quality, this one. Very good, steady stuff. In around 5 visits. And the averages reflect that.
140.
$180.
Sometimes you just have to sit back and enjoy. This game has been very good so far. Two good pals just duking it out.
83.
Because let's face it, Stephen Burton wants Andy Jenkins to win this game to
100.
keep him in today's race. Maybe all the neutrals. I'd like it to go a little bit further.
100.
But Mark is very popular amongst the fans. I'm sure they would like to see him win with 10 points today.
45.
Can Webster pressure the 76 of Andy and
96.
get himself a break to throw? This is a key exchange here. Tops,
He gave me 3.
brilliant. Sometimes one word can describe one shot, and that was just brilliant.
93.
Every time Andy Jenkins does that, he then puts the pressure back on Webster to serve, and serve very well.
177.
Oh, as good as a maximum and breathing like a Welsh dragon.
140.
Good switch as well.
131.
Oh, breathless brilliance.
137.
This is just a tremendous leg. And Webster still has work to do.
60.
He now has to watch on and hope that Andy Jenkins does not plug this 84.
Ah, 25
Not
left.
to be
59.
very, very close. Tops for Webster. Double 10 again. It's a big shot.
83.
Oh, he's got it with the last dot. 3-2 up. Don't forget, if Jenkins loses this match,
100.
he may do his chances of getting second spot some damage. But if he wins, he
100.
can still get top spot. So everything swings on this game. Everything.
136.
Subject 96.
Genuine ferocity in the left arm of Webster. And I have not seen the punctuation of that throw as good for quite some time.
$59.
Still on throw.
100.
Should remain so. And will remain so.
59.
107 left with 2 darts. And didn't have to go 19s there.
58.
This is an opportunity for Webster to pressurise that 2-darter of the Jinx.
97.
Another key exchange here. Last time it was 76. This time it's 68.
Idiot. 60.
This time he wires the double 4 with dart 3. Double 15. Huge
82.
dart. Oh, the confidence, the poise, and the finish. Now he has 3 opportunities to get this job done for today, and 2 of them
41.
will be holes, possibly. If he
140.
was to hold here and win 5 legs to 2, it would be a blistering day. 10 points and plus 13.
83.
That 90 checkout was so gutsy. The one time that Andy Jenkins has made a mistake on his throw, 2 misses at double 4, and Webster pounced.
85.
Pounced like Gerwin Price on a loose rugby
100.
ball.
$140.
That was a much needed 140 there from Mark, because Andy
96.
wasn't missing a great deal up to that point. 152 doesn't go. But it'll be a very small number when he returns. If he returns. This is huge. Double 16. Inside wire this
16
time.
left, 89.
Webster has this for the day.
82.
It is Webster's day, and it's taken about 6 weeks for him to have an undefeated day, but that today has proved that Mark Webster still has a lot in the tank. The technique has been brilliant, and he is undefeated. Well done to Mark. That's fantastic. Everybody now will duke it out for second spot, so stay tuned for that. Welcome back. And now we turn our attention to the race for second place. Mark Webster has sealed top spot with an undefeated streak of 5 games and 10 points. So if he can't be caught, now we'll find out
That's outside.
who can get the best second score.
25.
Andy makes
If Richie has any chance of getting second spot, he has to win this game. Hasn't been his best day, but the strange animal that darts is, he lost his first 3 games and then won his 4th 5-0. In doing so, he backed Andy Jenkins into a corner which he could not punch his way out of against Mark Webster.
60.
The likelihood is that Richie is not going to get second spot, but at least with that 5-0 victory over Andy Jenkins, he has pulled something out of the fire today. And if he was to repeat what he did last Tuesday against John Brown, he will feel very good indeed, because if he won 10 legs in a row to finish his day, his tea would be way more delicious and a little bit sweeter.
140.
First to a finish is Madhouse.
$95.
Will he get a shot at double? Yes, at double 12.
77.
That was not far off. John should get a shot at bull. Bullseye it is. Oh, nice shot, young man. There you see what happens when you guarantee a shot and you don't get greedy. I am
96.
religious about guaranteeing the shot.
$140.
Too many times I see very good dart players going for treble 20s for double 5 instead of big 20 for bull, and then they miss the 60 on the left or the right, and then they don't get a shot for the leg. There have been times in my career, I'm not going to lie, where
180.
I have missed the big single, or I have mistakenly hit the treble going for the single.
180.
But the intention has to be right. And John Brown here answers the 180 of Richie Edhouse.
100.
And it's starting to show us all the talent that he possesses. Oh, yeah. 13.
133.
Tremendous darts. And he forces Richie to take the 81. 12 and bull. Can he hit the bull?
56.
Oh, not far off. He hasn't missed by much. Why is the double 12? Why is the bullseye? Now, can he find the gap?
Game in 3.
Oh, he's found it. That is a great dart. Well said, Richie. That was a very, very good dart. And John Brown is 2-0 up. For the first time today,
93.
he has a 2-leg gap. In both of his games, he has won 2 legs, but has relinquished the other 5.
100.
John will play 3 of the last 4 games, so it is conceivable that he can still get second spot if he wins all 3 games. And that will be quite something after losing your first 2.
43.
You just see John Brown constantly
43.
fiddling with his earpieces It's not a natural thing for a dart player to be throwing darts with
44.
something dangling out of your ears. And that's one of the reasons why I invested in a headset that doesn't go in the ears, it dangles close to the ears.
43.
That way I can still hear exterior sounds, but I can also hear my opponent. The majority of the players have got
42.
the kind of headsets that you have to put them inside your ear, and I personally just couldn't get on with it.
41.
They're the kind of headset where you would use when you're running and it doesn't move at all.
$105.
Good use of the bullseye from John. At 25 guarantees the finish.
$83.
Great last dart. Bullseye or treble 18? You feel should be the targets?
127.
Oh, great. Set up for tops. The amount of pressure he has put on Richie Edhouse in this match. It's been huge. And so far, he's not been able to respond. Is Richie's tank empty as John Brown takes a huge lead at 3-0. $100. 49 darts for the first 3 legs. That's pretty handy.
100.
And in old average speak, because we used to measure averages by the dart, not the visit, that was 30.67, 3067. Tantamount to 92.
140.
Back in the day, if you played for your county and you had a 30.67 average, you were being lauded.
59.
$100.
I do wonder, with the new modern amateur darts system, how the county system
140.
will be once people get a look at the blueprint for MAD. I think there's a very large change about to happen in the game of darts
137.
on many, many levels. Can John Brown take the 105? There's a bull, a 15 and a tops.
85.
Oh, not far. That was a gutsy way to go. Edhouse hits the wire on 12s again, but now has to hit 6s
12.
on the outer ring, and the bull, he just hasn't been able to find it. John Brown could go 4-0 up here.
Oh, new score.
Didn't really scare that double 10. Just a little tentative.
In 2.
And Richie Edhouse gets off the mark. An immensely frustrating day for Richie. And I can thoroughly understand how he feels. Because some days you think,
140.
I'm feeling good today, I'm up for this, and then everything can go wrong in the matter of an hour if you're starting the session.
100.
I refer to a tweet from Jeff Smith from Sunday night.
180.
Maximum from Richie Edhouse after the 140.
140.
And this leg is kicking on, but Jeff Smith tweeted Sunday night saying he felt his best when he woke up on Sunday morning and he was eliminated first round. Some days you don't feel great when you wake up and you manage to
44.
conquer the world. starts from here for Richie to get within one of John Brown's lead.
88.
And that's a nice switch to the 16s.
Oh, no. 57.
He's making all the right moves. He's starting to miss his trebles.
In 3.
Richie Edhouse is not missing his doubles now, and he's closing in. As John Brown's average comes down a little towards that 89 mark,
180.
and he responds. He wants that first win of the day. He does not want to finish the day with no
85.
points. He does have more games after this. He doesn't want to pressurize himself in the final 2 games.
140.
5 out of 6. He's getting plenty of respect from Richie. Deservedly.
140.
Richie is that kind of player. He's not one to stay silent. He will pay you a compliment if you hit a big score, big check out, and show some quality. He's a very nice guy.
57.
I actually think that he's too nice. I think Richie Edhouse needs to find a bit of a demon inside himself and let it out on the dartboard. I think that could take him to the next level.
91.
But that's my own personal opinion. If he did that, I'm sure it wouldn't detract away from the nice guy that he is. Double 16. This is for 13 darter for John Brown. There's pressure on this dart. Last time he was on double 16, he found it with dart number 3 and it was awkward. I think this one is more awkward.
No score.
Didn't really know where to go. Couldn't see any of it. Is Richie going to be laughing in a minute? He might be if he gets double 11.
In 2.
Oh. The laugh turns to a scowl at the board. And it's 3-all. I have to say there's been some great games today, but I'm really enjoying this one.
180.
$140.
I've had the opportunity to play John in the Icons League. He's a tough competitor. I've also played Richie many times.
Oh, 46.
It's a very tough format. It really does test you. And John Brown right now is passing the test in the scoring phase of this 7th leg.
89.
$60.
Not sure if going for the 20 on the last start was the right call. Maybe the 17s was the shot. Oh, that's 60 on the floor. That clattered into that dart.
120.
Does get the 2 treble visits. Can John Brown find some magic?
99.
It's not bad. For a 4th leg in a row, it's double 8.
In 3.
Oh, that's a confident shot. You don't go bull double 8 if you're not feeling confident. John Brown hasn't done a great deal wrong.
100.
Just a couple of missed doubles. And Edhouse has gone 4 straight and is looking for 5 straight to get his 2nd win of the day.
97.
If he's going to take his leg difference out of the minus column, he has to win this leg to get it to +1.
81.
Otherwise, his best possible result would be all square.
125.
He's played very well in this game, Edhouse. He has just raised his level when he needed to?
100.
59.
Does the right thing and goes south on dart 3, because you want to be on 220, you do not want to be on 219. 220, you're
140.
thinking maximum to leave a double. Are we going to a ninth
97.
leg? It's all down to John to answer that question. Tops,
Oh, 60.
just flick the flight on the way through. It was too low. And this is a match-winning chance. 54. Would have left bull.
55.
Now John Brown. Double 10. Double 5.
Oh,
New
50.
target. Double 10 has not been good to him in this match. It's cost him a lot. Richie Edhouse will get a match start at double 16.
+3.
And that is the only one he requires. He confines John Brown to his third straight defeat, but that was an improvement for John. But Richie improved in his last 2 games to get his only 2 wins of the day. Will that be good enough to put him in a nice spot at the top of the league towards Mark Webster? You'll have to wait and find out. But Andy Jenkins comes back against Stephen Burton in a moment. Welcome back to the final quarter of today's play in the Icons of Darts Live League. We have 3 players remaining who can accumulate points, and they're all chasing
20.
currently Richie Edhouse for second place, as Mark Webster is out of reach
25.
in first. We'll see who wins the bull first, and we'll then press on with this best of 9 match.
25.
25. 25.
25.
Andy's already been involved in a bull-off marathon earlier with Dave Evans.
25.
Outside.
He is no longer involved in this one.
Best Jinx, have a good mate.
And you, mate.
In the quest for second spot, Stephen Burton is
45.
the man in charge right now. He is currently in that second spot.
140.
And the only way he can be taken away from that spot is if he loses points from here on in. He has got 2 matches left and can still get to 8 points. He has the superior leg difference over Andy Jenkins
100.
and over Richie Edhouse and over Dave Evans, who finished some time ago.
125.
But if he wins this match,
85.
he will sew up second spot, because Andy Jenkins would not be able to catch him.
161.
Great approach shot there from Stephen Burton, very creative.
78.
So this is a big game. Burton can get to 6 points here with a win. Double 16.
78.
Not far off. Double 19.
Yeah, game in 3.
Fabulous finish. Survived the scare of Burton cascading down to 32. But then Andy was up to that 98. And Andy knows that if he loses this
99.
one, he will be registering a mid-table finish today.
45.
There's still the possibility that if Andy loses this game, he might finish bottom,
100.
because John Brown still has 2 games to go. He can still get 4 points. And Andy will play John Brown next.
100.
59.
180.
Great shot from Stephen Burton there. A great maximum. And you can see the differing
140.
styles between these 2 players. Stephen lobbing that dart into the air and letting it fall towards
50.
the board. With a Mervyn King style wavy dart. But Andy, it's brute force.
16 left. So
Arrow missed at
87.
32. For him, can Stephen turn the table and take the chance after Andy misses 32?
101.
Oh, he wires the ball. 2 wired shots for Stephen.
Yeah, my life story today. 8.
And 2 wired shots for Andy out of 3. The third was not close, but the other 2 were minute margins away. I'm starting to understand that Stephen Burton really likes double 12. He will leave it at every single possibility. May be
137.
leading the Gary Anderson school of finishing. Although Gary doesn't go for double 12 as much as he used to.
180.
This game is going at a very fast pace. It's like a Japanese bullet train,
58.
which I have not had the pleasure of getting on because I couldn't afford it.
82.
$47.
Advantage Jenkins in leg number 3. And that advantage comes in a leg that he threw second.
140.
And he has left the red balloon finish.
102.
Great counting from Stephen Burton, though. Didn't leave himself languished.
79.
He was almost left languished on the 157, though, by Andy Jenkins, who missed the second double top. That would be a
97.
great effort. You could have had a shot at tops. Double 10. Just on the wire.
Yeah, game in 2.
What a great dart. The one thing you will see here is Andy Jenkins looking for the angle of the double from his left-hand side. Because if he goes to the right, he'll be
140.
throwing with his arm right against the wall. He is restricted as to what he can do. And that's
100.
what you get from playing darts at home. Unless you live in a
45.
very large house, of course, with a very large darts room.
$59.
$99.
Andy has been the stronger of the scorers so far in this one.
$41.
It would make for a very interesting last couple of matches if Jenkins was to get to 4 points to
140.
join 3 players on that total. It would all come down to leg difference and those last 2 matches. Double 10.
Game in 2.
And Andy is striding at 3 legs to 1 up.
$54.
Next time you think about a
140.
hobby you've been doing at a very high level for the best part of 30 years, and you think you're getting bored of it, think about Andy Jenkins and how much passion he still has for this game. 3 decades in,
60.
still wants to win every game he plays.
100.
He did try a few mental tactics against Mark Webster before their previous game, but
100.
they didn't work.
$96.
Andy's in a great position now after that first dart.
100.
Very surprised he didn't go for the 25 in bull there. That would have been the right shot, in my opinion. I think leaving the 3 darter as opposed to the 2 darter is a mistake.
61.
17 leaves tops, and Stephen has to go bull first here. It's a 12. Overshoots the target, and Andy's looking good for
49.
4-1 after 5 legs here. This could have a big bearing on second spot.
Yeah, game in 3.
4-1, and if he can get a big win here and close the gap on that leg difference, he has a chance of getting second spot. Before this match, he was on -5,
140.
and a 5-1 victory would get him to -1. But that would flip Stephen Burton's +3 around
60.
to exactly -1. They would be tied. But Jenkins would go
45.
above Stephen Burton by winning this leg because of the head-to-head record. And then we would go to the final
57.
2 games. So if you want drama,
100.
a Jenkins win here is probably what you're seeking.
134.
Oh, in a flash, switches to that 54. The thinking and execution process for Stephen Burton is so fast, I can't even comprehend it. Think about all of the things that have to go right. The
137.
thought, the retrieval from the left hand to the right hand, the execution, the maintenance of the stance, and the miss of the single from Jenkins. That was to set up tops for the match.
No,
It was a double 17 as well.
101.
That was a lazy dart. And he has got away with it.
85.
But coming back to the board, he should be having 3 darts at double. He's only going to get 2 at the most.
There you go, me too.
But that's all he needs. That's the perfect result, really, for the neutrals, because they are now tied on their scores. But Andy Jenkins goes above Stephen Burton on the head-to-head record as we go into the last 2 games of the day to try and find out who gets second spot. John Brown will play the next game against Andy Jenkins, and he will also play the last one against Stephen Burton. So stay tuned for those 2. back to game number 14 of the day for the Icons of Darts Live League. The title has been decided. We now have Andy Jenkins against John Brown, and it's up to Andy Jenkins to set the target for Stephen Burton in the last game to see who gets that second spot.
Balls on.
Right, all that's mate.
Not a bad second dart there from Andy. Starts with a bounce out and then gets the bullseye. But his last game of the day, Andy can get to 6 points.
140.
As he has the better record against Stephen Burton. He is currently in position to get that second spot. First and foremost, he needs the 2 points here to surpass
60.
Richie Edhouse at +1. In order to do that, he needs to win 5 legs to 2.
96.
97.
5 legs to 3 wouldn't be good enough because he would find himself on the same leg difference as Edhouse, but Edhouse beat Jenkins.
96.
So it's 5 legs to 2 or better, and then it will be up to Stephen Burton to beat Andy after that.
136.
So these two matches do have a bearing on our league position, well, towards the top.
98.
68 for leg number 1. Double 16.
36.
Very, very close. And 70 is not going to be hit by John Brown.
60.
You expect that Andy gets double 8
Yeah, coming to.
and does. Andy trying to turn things around here against John Brown because his record against young John is not great.
96.
John has been turning up and getting his points against Andy in the last few
81.
weeks. You get the feeling that Andy's had enough of John taking him out.
140.
He's playing that fast brand of
140.
natural darts that he brings out of himself sometimes, Andy Jenkins. Sometimes he does spend more time aiming the dart, but in this leg here, he's playing swiftly.
60.
One's done great here to leave 132 after 9. Doesn't have to go bullseye.
$60.
This leg is not over yet. And this is why.
140.
Wasn't that last 60 to leave tops? The pressure has been applied, which John Brown is well up to with a 14 darter. Equalises at 1-all. Remember, Andy Jenkins can only lose one more leg.
140.
140.
140.
Just redoing my sums. I did the same yesterday. I've forgotten that if Andy Jenkins gets the 2 points, he's on 6 and Richie's on 4.
100.
But being realistic, if he wants second spot, he's going to have to create a little gap.
100.
He's not doing a bad job in this third leg.
180.
Oh, great darts from John Brown. What a time to hit a 180. And he's not getting the 1-2-1.
57.
And John is turning up here. 62. Now becomes 50.
25 there.
Oh, when he threw that, he thought that might have just caught the bottom left corner of the ball.
Game in 3.
But Andy Jenkins has found the northeast corner of the board on double 4 to regain the lead at 2 legs to 1.
Ah, 58.
Sometimes I close my eyes and I listen to the voice of John Brown and I can hear his
100.
father. It's so similar.
$100.
I think it's very important that if John wants to become a professional darts player, to carve his own path over
100.
the next 5 to 10 years. It's difficult to live in the shadow of a darting uncle, darting father. Just ask the likes of
97.
Jason Askew, who's taken part in the Icons of Darts. His dad, Dave
100.
Aaron, son of Colin Monk, Chris Doby, son of Gordon Doby. And sometimes it's brothers with the West brothers.
96.
Over the course of the next decade, I'm sure he'll carve out his own image, his own reputation,
41.
and will learn at his own pace. He was looking for 2 treble 19s there.
80.
That's not a bad booby prize.
Uh, 100.
This is not an easy shot. He's not guaranteed 2 darts at a double. He is now.
54.
Doesn't get the double 8, and Andy Jenkins purses his lips and says,
Game
60
2.
please. 60 received. And it's 3 legs to 1. If Andy was to win this match, we will calculate what Stephen
100.
Burton would have to do to snag second spot away from him. But because Andy Jenkins won against Stephen Burton, that makes
140.
the equation even harder for Stephen.
140.
Andy's played very well in this match. This is the kind of game I expect from him. That mid to late 90s average.
58.
This is what saw him don that England shirt so many times, doing this at county level and tournament level.
97.
I wonder how many of those England shirts he still has.
140.
He's never been one for a lot of Jazzy Dart shirts. He's got some new ones this year.
135.
Got some old favourites. Double 12,
Yeah, game in 2.
and that is lethal. 14 darter to take us to 4-1 up. And Rocky is punching his way towards a big victory here.
140.
$60.
Stephen Burton desperately wants John Brown to get some legs.
60.
$98.
That's a great first start. Might go to the 17s now. But that was a really aggressive third dart. Forced that one into the 60. Great shot.
44.
And from 3-4-3, Andy could not leave a finish no matter what he did. He's left another nightmare number here in 299.
46.
Needs to be perfect from here. That single
140.
20 means he cannot leave a finish. John has 6 starts from 115 to register his second leg of the match. That's 18. 57 would have left tops.
91.
That will do.
97.
It's a double. Stephen Burton likes. You'll like it if John hits it.
Game in 2.
Double six right in the middle. And the fight back begins now.
100.
Ronald guarantees that from 4-1 up you will win. Just ask Richie Edhouse. He lost that advantage against Dave Evans earlier. And that game had a huge effect on his day.
125.
But Andy's hit the turbo booster again.
140.
You have to admire this young man here who is sticking with him to the very end.
81.
Could have snagged the darts after 6 here.
$93.
Intelligent stuff. Using the board. The single 18 would have left to finish as well, but he's got himself down to 128.
105.
And this is possibly his last chance. 60 will leave the bull.
63.
Very decent effort. But it's down to Andy, who now has a match dart at the bull.
Game in 3.
Oh, what a way to finish your day.
Manage,
That's very
manage.
shiny. Get a 5-2 victory. It's now down to Stephen Burton to see if he can surpass Andy to snag that second spot. We're going to do our sums, and we'll be back at 4:35 British time to see the last game of the day. We'll see you soon. Welcome to the 15th and final game of today's session, and it's all down to that man right there, Stephen Burton. If he gets the right result, he can finish in second spot. But after doing our sums, we have found out that he needs to win 5 legs to 1 or 5 legs to 0 if he wants that to be the case.
Oh, outside.
If he was to
Stop going,
win
Stephen.
and not by those margins, he would then take 3rd place. A defeat to John Brown would find him in 4th. And it doesn't really matter what John Brown does in relation to the result, because he will be bottom of the table after today, but he will desperately want to come away with the win to make sure he doesn't go away with 0 points. And don't underestimate the fact that John will want to get the win to
93.
make himself feel better in readiness for Thursday's challenge, when these players will return at 10:30 on Thursday morning to have one more go.
58.
And there will, of course, be more action tomorrow
97.
as the players from Monday come back. We will start tomorrow with a game where Keelan Kay will take on Adam Hookvale. We will also be joined by Scott Marsh, Diogo Portela, Dave Parletti, and Monday's champion, Jared Cole, who's looking for 2 in a row.
140.
John Brown did not play poorly in the last game. He averaged in the high 90s. But unfortunately, Andy Jenkins was in a lethal mood. Double 18 for young John. Oh, it's a lovely check out and a 15 darter for the first leg. And now Stephen Burton has to win the next 5 legs if he wants to get second spot. One more leg
100.
for John Brown, and that will be second spot for Andy Jenkins behind Mark Webster.
$60.
Not the best of starts, I think, is a bit of an understatement for Stephen.
100.
It's a big mountain to climb to win 5 legs of darts
45.
in a row against anybody. But against a young man who will have
60.
infinite energy and a lot of perseverance. From here, it could be too much,
100.
especially after the start that Stephen has had. Stephen hasn't found his way to the pinnacle of a daily title yet. If he can win this game, he will inch closer to one.
140.
We saw how Jared Cole over the last couple of months has worked really, really hard on his
83.
game. And he got himself to the top of the tree yesterday. Another one of those
100.
would have left double 18. A tightly compacted ton. John Brown will stay on the 60 for double 19.
99.
Oh, that was close. Heard the clip of the wire on that double 19. And Stephen Burton goes to tops and finds it very easily for a hold of throw in 17 darts. Oh, my mistake, that was a break of throw.
99.
So that dream of second spot is still alive. But has to win the next 4 straight.
Oh, 57.
98.
John Brown has not had a great deal of success playing in the icons of Darts Lively, but experience
59.
like this, playing against other good players, this is what you need to do at his time in life.
96.
You have to play against players that are conceived to be better than you are, to try and test yourself constantly. And if you can stay positive
57.
through that process, you will become a lot stronger for it.
48.
Nice lead from Stephen. Hasn't got a ton plus shot in this leg, but 390 plus scores.
100.
I've got him to 160.
100.
It's a good ton. He's got time on his side. He is back in control of this match.
94.
Doesn't make much in the way of tactical errors, does John Brown? But Stephen Burton is not making mistakes on tops all of a sudden. He's 2 legs in, 3 to go.
57.
To find that magical scoreline of 5 legs to 1, which will beat Andy Jenkins to second spot by 1 leg.
97.
We always say at the start of play, the positions can be different via 1 leg of
82.
darts. And that's the beauty of this format. Just get the feeling that maybe,
57.
if you look behind Stephen Burton when he throws his next 3, he's leaving a space on the bookshelf
100.
empty. What's he leaving it empty for?
81.
Has he got something in mind for that gap? Sometimes watching
92.
the icons of Darts Live League is not just about the darts going in the board, but what's going on in the room. We've had Fallon Sherrick's cat. We've had
58.
Diogo Portella's unlucky cat.
Oh, 42.
Stephen can close the gap here, which is currently 80 points.
73.
He hasn't managed to bridge that gap. Another one there would have left 20. Things are getting very tight
88.
for that second spot race. Bullseye first. 60 would have left 50.
70.
And Stephen needs misses from John Brown,
Game and 2.
which does not come. And that confirms that Andy Jenkins will finish in the second spot in today's table. Now to finish third, Stephen just needs the win.
96.
John Brown still possible for 2 points, and will desperately want those before tea
98.
time. Approaching 4:45 in the afternoon here in England,
84.
where both of these players are playing on differing sides of the country, one in the east, one in the west.
81.
And if Stephen Burton knew of the permutations to get second
140.
spot, you could excuse him for a bit of adrenaline leaving his body, but now has to play a relaxed game,
53.
try and get a third win of the day.
Oh, 58.
You can see the young man trying to eke out as much in the way of trebles as he possibly
99.
can, because Stephen Burton is sneaky dangerous. Treble 18 for Bull.
98.
Not far off. He's been very good on that treble 18 today. Sneaking up to take a 110.
Jesus, 90.
That was not far off either. I really thought he was going to get that. So John Brown needs 9 and double 8 to retake the lead.
Game in 3.
And that's what he has done by hitting the bottom portion of that double 8. 3 legs to 2. And that break of throw makes John favourite for the match.
140.
He has had breaks of throw today, but most of the time he has handed it back straight after. Which brings in the old
99.
saying of, it's only a break if you hold in the next leg, which is immensely true.
Oh, 46.
It's a bit like hitting a 140 at the start of a leg and not backing it up with a ton plus, and that's exactly what John's done there.
47.
This will test his mathematical skills. 315 for me.
140.
The only place to start. If you want to leave the finish, of course, I have to enunciate that. You have to start on the 25 and above.
55.
As it stands, he's got plenty of time to negotiate what he's left.
140.
Aggressive. He was thinking about the treble 19 there, but then he looked at Stephen Burton's score and said, no, I'll have another 60 pounds.
119.
Double 16.
Game in 3.
Great shot and a great leg with 3 140s and 2 smaller scores to get 4-2 up.
85.
And it looks like Stephen has run out of adrenaline.
1, 2, 3.
Stephen loses this match. Third place will go to Richie
100.
Edhouse.
Oh, 87.
The good news, if there is any, for Stephen Burton, is that if he loses this leg, he can't drop any further than 4th spot
95.
because of his head-to-head record with Dave Evans. He will fight to the
180.
death. And a somewhat ironic 180 there from Stephen Burton. He's wondering, where have you been?
$58.
All of a sudden, he can't stop
60.
hitting that 60. But he misses the double 8 with 2 attempts. And this 138 for John Brown is for the game.
98.
Great leave.
16 and 1.
And Stephen retrieves 16 points in very quick fashion.
$44.
It's at this point where John Brown has to harness his want
99.
to win the game. You can't want it too much. You have to play within yourself. You can see how much he wants it. Gritting his teeth.
82.
Those Brown genetics of gritting the teeth. I've seen that before.
82.
$100.
Good stuff. To leave 275. A minor advantage at this point.
100.
An advantage that has been surpassed. And now he has to leave a finish from here. May use the ball at some point.
105.
A lovely leave. What a fabulous way it would be to finish the day.
100.
We haven't had a very big finish today. It's been a lot of the mid-range shots that we've had. Yesterday we had 2 164s. Still get the 170.
100.
Tremendous effort. And Stephen tries to climb the ladder. 1, 2.
80.
Oh, and he almost got the number 3 in tops. Now does John Brown get a match dart? Well, it still gets a match dart if he gets the single 16. Gets the 16.
33 left, so
And misses the bullseye on the underside. Stephen Burton needs tops.
40 into.
Gets 10s.
All the best, John.
all that's me.
And we're going all the way in the last game of the day. One leg for 3rd place.
100.
You can sense in the voice of Stephen Burton that he's a little bit annoyed that he couldn't get 2nd spot today. Points is played very well, but the consistency,
57.
he will admit, does need some work. I am positive
45.
that the level of the players will be heightened come Thursday after the reps that they've had today
60.
and the battles they've gone through.
$100.
John Brown working so hard to try and get another match-winning shot. The bullseye missed in the last leg. He can bridge the gap here with 1 treble.
58.
Not enough.
137.
Slipping away and going in the direction of Suffolk right now instead of Bristol.
$60.
He's been haunting that 60, but not piercing it enough. And Stephen Burton gets a
92.
shot at his favourite double and misses on the inside for a 5-4 win. John can't do anything about it from here. And you sense the worst.
55.
Stephen Burton, the double 6,
12 and 3.
Yeah,
gets the job done, and he does get 3rd spot in today's table. Mark Webster is your winner, and you have Andy Jenkins in 2nd spot with 6 points, Stephen Burton in 3rd, and of course Richie Athouse in 4th. Thank you for your company today. Tomorrow we're going to have Jared Cole coming back to see if he can get 2 wins in the week. But thank you for your company, MODUS Sports. Thanks you for your company, and we hope to see you tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. on dartshop.tv. Have a great night, everyone. We'll see you soon.